So as I said, we cannot afford to leave women out of the conversation, because in a typical pastoralist community, the men will live with the cows and the camels, but the women will remain with the goats, the women will remain with the children, the women will remain with the sick, the women will remain with the elderly. We cannot also afford to separate the care work from the climate injustice conversation. Unless we bring in every burden and every problem that is caused by climate injustice, we will have arguments that are repeated at every point as we progress. Loss and damage financing facility. While the COP27 is trying to take care of the climate change agenda and bringing in conversation from Glasgow on loss and damage, we want them to talk of financing and funding and supporting countries that have suffered the biggest impact of climate change. And therefore, it's not just about talking about loss and damage, and then it's seen as a big and opaque, the Kenyan word, so like opaque. It's not just for it to be seen as an opaque word, but what we are saying, the damage is here, the loss is here. The moment you talk about infrastructure, if you're to take water to the north because there's no water, you need good roads, but we cannot afford good roads because we are intervening every time to feed our own people with little resources because we've already paid debts that you gave us. You gave us debts, but they are debts that emanated from colonialism. So with the little resources that we have, we cannot sustain good infrastructure. Therefore, when we talk about loss and damage, I want to believe that the government has a responsibility to really package its information when it goes to COP27. And this is why we are here today. That whatever voice we are lending as the citizens of Kenya, we are lending it as friends of government, or we are lending it as concerned people, affected people who are bearing the biggest brunt. As I finish, as the governments are negotiating bilaterally, it's important that climate change is put on the table, conversations are put on the table. Denmark has taken lead. They've allocated, I think, 14 or 17 million euros on loss and damage. That alone is to show and demonstrate to the European countries that it is real. And therefore, our aim is to influence others to equally do the same. The EU, US, and the UK governments are slow at this. Therefore, the aim ought to be to care as much as possible that the effects are real. We are not just talking of big words or big terminologies. The effects are real. That when I talk about droughts, when a woman in Kambani will have to tie a lasso to reduce the size of her tummy and keep away the pain, because she has to stay hungry for 2 days so that the food is enough for her family, I have to relate that to climate justice. We have to be able to see what we need. Africa is no longer a dark continent. There's light in Africa, and that light we have to keep burning by sharing what we are seeing, sharing our experiences, and holding those whom we need to hold accountable. And therefore, today, I'm glad that we are here to give our voices, to put together our actions, even as we move forward, and especially bringing in the vulnerable and those who've been affected, those who are highly affected by the climate injustices. Hence, the climate justice torch has to keep burning and burn with the message and burn with everyone, not only those who are affected, because at the end of the day, we will all be affected. So thank you so much, and I wish you all the best as you deliver it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan. I'm glad for Susan. Sorry for mispeaking your name. We worked with the Action Aid the other day on responding to drought with other humanitarian organizations. So we are partnering with them, even as we move towards a COP and even conversations on climate change and gender and issues of women. Wamama hoye. Wamama hoye. Si ametuongelea. All right, we need more of women like those ones to speak on our behalf. Now I want to take this opportunity to call Florence Hasure, who will represent other countries. Florence Karibu, Florence from Uganda. Florence is our platform partner for Factor from Uganda. Karibu.
Thank you so much. Habari ya asubuhi. Good morning, everybody. My name is Florence Kasule, former board member of FACTA, and also the National Coordinator of FACTA Uganda, the chairperson. Thank you, FACTA, for inviting me here. I actually arrived late last night. That's why I'm a bit late. My sincere apologies. I would like, first of all, to thank you for coming for this very, very important activity as we plan towards the African COP in Egypt. Thank you for coming. I'd like to thank Badger Secretariat for organizing this event. And also I'd like to thank the development partners who have helped us to give us funds so that this activity succeeds. When we talk about climate change, we'll be talking about it as Robert said, for over a very long time now. And as Susan has said, I will not talk about the women, I'm not a woman. I'm just going to share briefly the actual what is happening in Uganda, for example, today. Because initially it was theory, today it is action. In my country, the reality of loss and damage is not only felt, but it is seen. When I talk about drought in Karamoja, I'm not talking about drought, I'm talking about hunger and death. We are experiencing a lot of death in Karamoja region because of drought. And this is also changing the narrative because Karamoja people are now migrating to other parts of the country, especially in Kampala. We find streets filled by Karamoja literally begging. So the narrative is literally changing. The impacts are so big that we will have to wake up. It's also, the narrative is changing to modern slavery and what do they call it? Modern slavery. People are being taken for, what do you call it? This issue where they're selling people. Human trafficking. So we've been talking about things of climate change, just living it like this, but the reality is more than that. So as we write our papers, we have to integrate all these things in our papers, because it's the reality we are facing. As we talk of droughts in Karamoja, we're experiencing floods in mountain Elgon areas and red zone areas. And this is real. People are dying, houses are being washed away, hospitals are being washed away, and migration from those areas. We have so many camps here in Uganda, camps, and we have refugees. So refugees is also a reality now. So our paper should capture all those realities as effects of loss and damage. People have lost their homes, they have nowhere to go, they have nowhere to sleep, they have lost their crops and livelihoods. Another challenge we are experiencing, us as Africans, as we blame the North, but sometimes we also have to look at ourselves. Because, for example, in my country, over 90% of the natural forests come has been cut down and planted with artificial trees, eucalyptus, which is when it is cut, becomes a desert again. So as we talk about the other impacts, but also our realities, should also look at them. There's another challenge of extraction of natural resources. You've heard about oil in Uganda. I will not talk much about it because this is, as we look at those things, many of the youth were in prison last week when they tried to come out and talk about this issue. So the political, social political effects also, we have to look at those issues. As people talk about such things, we have reducing civil society space, speak out. You have to be very careful with your words, and you have to be very careful on what you're going to talk about. As we talk about the gender challenges that Susan has said here, we have so many women who have become beggars and the men have run away. I've told you in Cambodia, in Bali, in Western Uganda, the men have disappeared. We don't know where they are. But the women are there crying. What do we do with the men? I don't know. So the men also have to appear in some of these papers. So on this, I will once again welcome you to this very important occasion. I hope by the end of the day, we shall be able to put up a very important statement, very strong statement with evidences right from Southern to Northern Africa on how we would like to see a new world where climate change has been addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lawrence Makofi. Thank you for sharing those experiences from Uganda. So I want to take this opportunity to invite Wangi Waituru from the SO International, one of our partners as well, to give us some opening remarks. Karibu Wangi.
Thank you very much, Anne, and the whole of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance family. If you do not do this, who will do it? If we don't fight this battle, who is going to fight it? And that's why we are here. That's why we are moving from country to country. Because the forces that we are fighting against, they have our governments, they have captured the thought leadership, they have captured our policies, they have captured our production, our agriculture. You see, the people who cause climate change, they are concerned about their profits. But as they pursue and make more and more money, as they protect themselves, also they think, they also take away the livelihoods of our women, the livelihoods of our youth. Climate change does not only affect the weather patterns, but more than that, the way they want to do their production is a manner that takes away the resilience of the people that are most affected. And that's why they keep on introducing new chemicals, they introduce more harmful GMOs, and they take away our own food sovereignty. And therefore, as we prepare to go to Egypt, as we prepare to talk to our governments, I think it's good for us to put that huge focus on the person. Put that huge focus or make sure that we can talk about the sovereignty, the rights of the people to food. Because if the rights of the people to food is not at the center of the conversation, if what we think is that we can only give people food through more and more production, through destroying what we already have, then we are losing it. And climate change, if it continues on that trend, we have let our government also know that it's going to be a national security issue. Life, in terms of stability, in terms of peace and security, cannot be the same always when we keep on pressing people to the corner more and more. And therefore, as an organization that works with volunteers, volunteers who are embedded in communities, volunteers who are supporting women, who are supporting youth in the most marginal areas, Karamajong area, in the north of Ethiopia, and in every corner where there is marginalization, we have learned it from the people that we cannot allow climate change to take their livelihoods away, to take their means of agriculture away. And therefore, it's important that in Egypt, we try to fight more to make sure that agroecology and the seeds that we are used to, the seeds that we develop, we can still retain that ownership, the people. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming to Nairobi. Thank you, Pancha, and then thank you all the partners.
It's all much, Rangi. Makofi kwa Mwangi again. All right, I want to invite Ansongone from Femnet, and is a member of the African Activism for Climate Justice Consortium, where Pancha is a member, together with AYC, Oxfam Novi, and who else am I? Pancha and Femnet. Karibu Anne.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Na mama hoye. Akina mama ha. Nimefurahi sana kuwa hapa na nyinyi. For those who don't speak English, I'm very happy to be here with you. Who don't speak Swahili? I'm very happy to be here with you. So my name is Anne Songola, and I work at Femnet. Femnet is the African Women's Development and Communications Network. And I bring you warm greetings from our director, who at the moment is in Washington for the World Bank meetings. I bring you warm greetings from my colleague, Dr. Melania Chiponda, who many of you know, who is in Zimbabwe. And I bring you warm greetings from the climate team at Femnet. We sit in Upper Hill here in Nairobi. And I'm very happy to be here today, but I'm also very sad. In 2019, we know that thousands of people were killed in Zimbabwe and Mozambique and a few other countries from the cyclone Idai. Thousands of people were killed. And of those people killed, of course, the people who were affected the most were women. And of those people who are affected to date, there are a number of women never gotten back their livelihoods. There are a number of men who've never gotten back their livelihoods and youth. And there are a number of women and men who've never buried their dead. This is in Africa. Just last week, we've heard about the flooding in Nigeria. Thousands of people displaced, a good number of people dead. Pakistan, we heard about Pakistan, a really serious crisis that costed them a third of their GDP. We know GDP is problematic, but we know it costed them a third of their GDP. We know in Durban, South Africa, just a few months ago, back in May, a number of people were killed through floods. And here in Kenya, as the previous speakers have said, a good number of people are dying. We don't have food security anymore. Our agricultural practices are, we have to have subsidies for everything. And what is happening? Why are we facing this? But most critically, what does this lead to? Where are we now? It's number one, governments unable to fulfill their public service mandate to us. So we know that is affecting us. And it's number two, people, the money that would be going to public services, of course, going to dealing with disasters, the floods, and of course in Kenya, we know we have perennial droughts.
And of course, we know that money also has to go to food subsidies and subsidies for even oil, LPG. We have all these subsidies going on. So what's happening to us? That money, part of that money from the government is also going to pay debt, because we have debt. In Kenya, our debt to GDP ratio is at least 1:7, as in 77% of our GDP at the moment is going back to repaying debt. So where is the money for development and even dealing with this crisis? And who's responsible for this crisis? Who is responsible? Are we responsible? We're not. So today I'm sad. And today I want to say that at Femnet, as the African Activists for Climate Justice Consortium, we stand with communities. We stand in solidarity with communities because we know communities don't have the power. We have the voice. We are affected the most, but we don't have the power. Where the power is, what is happening. And so the AACJ Consortium aims to build an intersectional, diverse, robust movement of activists, environmental defenders interested in making sure that we achieve climate justice. And that's why we are here today. And so for us at Femnet, we say that we are one with nature. We are one with nature. When it comes to issues of climate, if we are to achieve climate justice and environmental justice, we have to see the emancipation of women and the emancipation and the protection of nature. And that's why for us, we say that we approach this aspect of climate justice through an eco-feminist lens. And that's what we bring to the consortium. And the ecofeminist lens looks at, as I said, the emancipation of women as key to the emancipation of our environment, to achieving climate justice, to making sure we achieve environmental justice. And so what are we saying? Some of these issues, many of these issues within the climate framework are historical. We're not the cause of these things. We've inherited these things. But why do we have to keep suffering? So why is it important for us to speak with one voice as Africans, as African women, girls, as African men, youth? Why is it important for us to speak with one voice? Making sure that even indigenous communities are part of this conversation. Because we did not cause this crisis, but we are likely to be affected so much more if we continue this way. And so we stand in solidarity with PACJA as with all of this campaign. We stand in solidarity. We are happy to be here. We're happy to be part of this group working in solidarity with PACJA. And we're moving forward as well, together with Oxfam Novib and the Africa Youth Commission, Keith and Mike are here. We're moving together in solidarity to say we did not cause this crisis. Let us not be punished for it. We need to receive a fair share of climate action as Africans. And as African women and girls who keep being affected disproportionately by the climate crisis, we cannot keep doing this. We cannot keep going to COP without one voice. We cannot keep talking and getting tired. As Africans, we have to say no. And as we move towards COP, we have to go with one voice. We have to build solidarity and we have to say, we have to demand our fair share. And if it means that we demand our fair share outside of the COP space, then so be it. Like Vanuatu who went to the International Court of Justice, we could also choose to do that. And one of our consortium partners is doing that. And so, of course, we are demonstrating solidarity for this African People's COP, as was christened by one of the members. And we commit to working together to build this movement that is intersectional, it's diverse, it's robust. We'll see some of you in Namibia, of course, in a few weeks, in a week or so. But we'll see a good number of you at COP, and we commit to working with you and being with you. So, what do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it?
Why now?
Thank you.
If not now, shut it down.
So much, Anne. Makofi for Anne. Yeah, we are working together with Femnet. I mentioned AYC and Oxfam Novib and National Justice. I not acknowledge that that's also their part of this African movements on climate justice project or program. So we were supposed to be joined by the PS and who had sent the director, but I'm informed they're still in a meeting, actually having a briefing meeting with the nominee, but they could join us later. So I think it's good to also hear from a representative from government. Allow me to invite director, maybe from Nandi, to just speak on behalf of government before we close this session. Karibu, director. Clap as we come.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As you know, my name is James Melly, a county government official, specialist in matters environment, natural resource and climate change. Probably you may be wondering how our government can partner with CSOs, movements. But let me tell you for sure, climate change impacts does not affect only the economy, maybe of individuals as such. You know, our economy as individuals depends on resources also that are dispersed through government systems. So I am here today. We've been fractured for some time, and I've been learning how we can interact as governments or as county governments with CSOs and with other NGOs. We come from Nandi, and as you know, Kapsabet High School or Kapsabet Boys High School has been a source now for 2 presidents in Kenya. The second president and the 5th president. Now, one is called the source of champions. You've heard of the famous Kipchoge, the 159 hymnos. That's where we come from. And we've learned also that if we can participate with such individuals in matters in climate change, you know, we are bringing them now on board. All athletes now are being brought on board in matters climate change. So what I want to say in this congregation today is, can we demystify imaginations that government officials do not participate actively in matters climate change? We've come out as individuals. We are agitating also in our systems. We are saying, let us bring CSOs, let us bring activists on board. In Nandi, for example, because of the Climate Change Act of 2016, we came up with a Climate Change Act of 2021. And we are forming ward committees. In all our wards now, we are bringing on board members of CSOs, members of activists on committees, so that they can stand by as watchdogs. They can be there to say, now, we are agitating for funding. Internationally, we are really looking for funds. But when funds are devolved to the ground, how are we using the same funds? Are we misusing again, or we are saying the women who are suffering, the people who are suffering, they are not again helped by the same funds? So what we are saying today is, as government, we are standing with all artists, with all teams, NGOs who are coming to the ground to assist us, to help us. So may I mention maybe one item here, and I really say, as we even go to COP27, we are going with one voice. And we are saying, because climate change adaptation and mitigation measures must be developed at the world level. The systems of government, county governments, especially in Kenya, are the best to use. There is the blocker funds that are coming in. How are we prepared to observe the same? The rolling out has started, but are we prepared at the ground? Where we are welcoming Bakcha and the other teams. May you come to the ground to at least stimulate, or at least create awareness in communities. You know, our challenge is the members of communities are not sensitized in how to follow money. Following money, when money is developed to the ground, how are we following the use of the same? So come and empower, let's empower communities so that at least we have people who can stand and say, money, when money has come to the ground, we want to see where it has gone. So that it may not end up into people's pockets again. And yet we are agitating to have more funds. So maybe on behalf of county governments, on behalf of the national government, because we know they are still joining us, let us embrace this. The issues of climate change are really with us. In Nandi, we are affected by frost. Our tea is being destroyed by extreme hailstones because our cash crop, our main source of fund of income is cash crops. We are dealing with all of in all our regions. So that is what I can say for now. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Director. A clap for the Director. I think, and thank you so much, Director, because he's not just a government official, but he has been a champion of environment and climate change issues in the country. So I think the message that you're getting here is this conversation should go down to the community. And especially in Kenya, now that we have the structures, we have the wards, and now that counties have set up the Climate Change Act, what is our role as a society, working with the county governments and even the national government? So that is the message we are getting. The conversation should now go down from the regions, from the national level to the communities. So at this point, I want us to break for tea. But before we break for tea, we are going to have a photo session. Henry, where will it be?
No, yeah.
Okay, so the photo session will be down at the stairs, then we come up, take our tea. So at least in the next 25 minutes, let's be here so that we go to our next session. Thank you so much.
Something culture, the city council, and bring them to this.
Or do you see the person?
We need to have collaboration to advocate with government, private sector, NGOs, and people that we should speak with. So I think that's what I will work on. Promoting private justice, open to more people who are, especially
In the cause of climate justice. And also I see country leading that's trying to more finance for adaptation and climate issues in Africa.
we should come up with climate change ambassadors, countries that are going to be recognized, that are going to be acknowledged with their work. And then that we as the young, it's not really much to do more than what it is. I need to say that it also to take the way to really fight
Anyway, we still have some challenges. That's why we need to bring this sequence but more to be understood at different levels. I think this is what is on because campus and making it so it's more wide there. So my solution it can be home. Whenever they can, not getting good with more less think that there is already a simple one we are more we are more than thinking that we are more indigenous people. Say what we nationwide campaigns. This is one of the things that I really want to do. A nationwide awareness and advocate of climate justice. We have another headset in the city, so I want to always really have campaign events in every district and for the customers. What I'm going to do is we have activities there and activities climate justice together because we are going to have one voice. We are going to play a very big role in placing the issue of climate justice in the government.
So these are processes and from my friend to
Then implementation contact mitigation we're not seeing enough advantages, but a lot of this that's a lot of advantages is very important how we can also go into litigation, climate change investigation for the victims, the climate change victims, how we can advocate. And so you know what? These people should be compensated for their lives that have been lost to climate change, for their property that have been lost to climate change, but also their health that have been affected. So these are all human rights issues I can also advocate and control my also. Most of the youth are not aware of this one. If we can educate them and help also really to get funding, because there's nothing that works with everybody.
The knowledge and skills from this training, then I will implement my whole family. Through training, program inspiration, through capacity building.
I want to work on that. I want to introduce because I want to keep my skills to the idea of climate justice. When I go back, I want to work with my university.
Use the minds and the knowledge and the connections we have made so far to grow in that. That's the first thing that I'll do, and further collaborating with the indigenous community.
Six. It's yours. I'm also happy to be part of those organizations since we get the partnerships from them. And also we can have this better that we are doing at the school. We can practice it now physically.
Then we have for the community, we are at this point where we are doing market restoration for the benefit of the bigger community. Basically, I'm looking at the economic aspect. Since it's a good environment and legislation for fish habitats. I believe in the next few years, it will be key for economic development, mostly on fishing, because these communities basically looks at fishing as their economic backbone. The importance of community doing such an activity.
The mangrove that we plant, the dry waste that is being spread by the ocean, hence they help in cleaning the ocean and create conducive environment. The butterfly.
We usually have the indigenous tree nurseries for the terrestrial, but also we work with the community. We have a project in the mangrove, so that's why we work with the community here in Estonia, which is called the Friends of Nature. So we are planting mangroves today because, as you can see, the place is already degraded and it needs to be restored. And we have planted different sections of this place. We started planting last year, around December there, and so far we've seen improvement, and we continue monitoring the place to make sure we are not doing this for nothing. We are actually taking care of our future generation for the benefit of this. Although people keep on cutting these mangroves because it's known for its timber and all, we are creating and continue to create awareness with the fishermen, with the people around here. And yeah, I hope in the future it will be restored back to the way it was to its former glory.
Kitambo samaki walikuwa ni wengi sana, wamefanya fishing uvuvi hapa, nusu saa wana hawa wameshika samaki wa kutosha narudi nyumbani. Mwezi basi mtu anang'ang'ana hata masaa ngapi baharini akitoka hana chochote. Ile mikoko yote imekatwa na samaki pia nao hakuna. Ndege pia walikuwa ndege ni wengi sana hapa, hawa ndege wao baharini, kuna white heron, grey heron, kingfisher, sandpiper, sandplovers, bee eaters, ma eagles. Hao ni ndege wote wanaonekana katika hii ufuo wa creek ya Kilifi. Lakini walikuwa ni wengi sana kitambo. Ilikuwa tu ukija hapa kutembea kama wewe ni bird watcher, ina haja kwenda mbali. Hapa karibu. Naona ndege wengi tayari na unasikia sasa hivi mpaka wengi huko ndani kwenye huko. Unaweza kupata ndege lakini sio wewe tena vile, kwa sababu viko vingi vinaharibiwa hapa. We are also happy to be part of these organizations Since we get in our partnerships from them, and what we practice, whatever that we are doing in the school, we can practice it now physically.
For the community, we are at this point where we are doing market exploration for the benefit of the bigger community. Basically, I'm looking at the economic aspect since it's a cold environment and requisite for fish habitats. I believe in the next few years, it will be key for economic development, mostly on fishing, because these communities basically looks at fishing as their economic backbone. And that's the importance of community doing such an activity.
The mangrove that we plant, the truck waste that is being swept by the ocean, hence they help in cleaning the ocean and very conducive environment. Particularly,
we usually have like indigenous tree nurseries for the terrestrial, but also we work with the community. We have a project in the mangrove, so that's why we work with the community here in Gastonia, which is called the Friends of Nature. So we are planting mangroves today because, as you can see, the place is already degraded and it needs to be restored. And we have planted different sections of this place. We started planting last year around December there, and so far we've seen improvement, and we continue monitoring the place to make sure we are not doing this for nothing. We are actually taking care of our future generation because they will benefit from this. Although people keep on cutting these mangroves because it's known for its timber and all, we are creating and continue to create awareness with the fishermen, with the people around here. And yeah, I hope in the future it will be restored back to the way it was to its former glory.
Kitambo samaki walikuwa ni wengi sana, ila kufanya fishing uvuvi hapa nusu saa wana hawa wameshika sababu ya kutosha na rudi nyumbani. Siku hizi basi mtu anang'ang'ana hata masaa mangapi baharini akitoka hana chochote. Ile mikoko yote imekatwa na samaki pia nao hakuna. Ndege pia walikuwa ndege wengi sana. Ndege wa baharini na white tail kingfisher, sandpipers, and plovers, bee-eaters, eagles. Hao ni ndege wanaonekana katika hii ufuo wa Kilifi. Lakini walikuwa ni wengi sana kitambo. Walikuwa tu ukija hapa kutembea kuna haja kana mbali. Hapa na ndege wengi tayari unasikia sasa hivi mpaka wengi huko ndani huko ndani wenyewe sasa kapata ndege, lakini sio wengi tena pia kwa sababu vingi vinaharibiwa hapa. Tunatarajia kuwa huu mradi kama utakuwa umefaulu, yaani vile tunavyotarajia kurudisha msitu hapa. Msitu ukiwa msitu mkubwa umerudi hapa wamekoko, samaki pia nao watarudi. Samaki watarudi pia hapa, wale ndege pia nao wanarudi. Kwa hiyo msitu utakuwa ni ndege na samaki wanapatikana, na hata wanakijiji wa hapa pia watakuwa wanafaidi ule uvuvi wao hapa wa samaki. Huko hapa wanapata pesa inaingia kwa village kwa sababu wavuvi hapa nao wanakuwa na wanauza kwa village. Hii iko tunaanzisha na kidogo basi kutakamili. Hebu tunatafuta lazima tuende kuende serikali kutusaidia kupata kidogo ili kuendelea kuongeza na kuuza hii sasa yetu hii ni kubwa zaidi.
Kulingana wale wanaishi samaki wanapatikana, lakini inapokuja hata jamii hadi wanajengera kwa katika samaki baada ya mwisho zaidi ya kama kama udare jamba ndio ndio usiri sura kwa kuna dibalang dan ndio wala msanga kalau bila kata buhadiri kwa fikra kusudu dia na kwa ile mara wakasaidia ile wakati ndio wala ndio kwa maisha Sebenarnya pia ada kuisha ona ifadhili
This is one of the rare things, or one of the good things that we do here in Kilifi. We're trying to restore the mangrove
this per month, we can get an activity of mangrove restoration through different sponsors who come in for assistance to do the restoration. Through the benefits of mangrove, the community also benefits from the mangrove. What I would suggest is that let's have this initiative, the locally led climate action initiative, because they are really helping the communities. Because with this, the communities are sustainable. We are talking about the small grants. There is a small grant because with these small grants, we can enable this community and empower them in terms of why they need to conserve the environment, why they need to conserve the mangrove, why they need to do restoration of the mangrove where mangroves are depleted, and why we need to keep these. And I wish regulations like that I really work with closely, which under through the Kenya platform for climate governance. Please help us with those small grants, because with those small grants we can do these locally led action activities within the county and where we need to do it, especially like now restoring the mangrove, because in the coastal region right now we are counting the mangrove as one of the best forests that we have. We want to restore it to the fullest. Where the mangrove where we feel like we can plant mangrove, we go ahead and plant it. And through different organizations that we work with, the partnership that we have, we are trying to create all over. It's going to enable us to succeed in this this journey. And with that, I feel like we are doing a good thing, and just give us a hand. Give us that hand so that we can continue doing this project, we can continue doing these activities in different communities within the coastal creek.
Presentation. Really nice actually. How are you? I'm fine, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Karibu. Karibu. Welcome home. Don't shoot us. Don't attack us. Yes.
club, we are also happy to be part of these organizations since we get the partnerships from them. And also we can practice whatever that we are learning in the school. We can practice it now physically.
For the community, we are at this point where we are doing market restoration for the benefit of the bigger community. All of the aspects. It's our environment and research for fish inhabitants. And really, the next few years, it will be to run the your decision discoveries communities very looks at fishing as their economic that's the importance of community activities.
The mangrove that we plant, they travel west that is being fed by the ocean. Hence, they help in cleaning the ocean and create conducive environment. The aquatic life usually have like indigenous tree nurseries or the terrestrial, but also we work with the community. We have a project with the mangrove, so that's why we work with the community here in Gastonia, which is called the Friends of Nature. So we are planting mangroves today. The place is already declared and it needs to be restored. And we have planted different sections of this place. We started planting last year around December there, and so far we've seen improvement, and we continue monitoring the place to make sure we're not bringing this for nothing. We are actually taking care of our future generation. Or will benefit from this. So people keep on catching these mangroves because it's known for its timber and all. We created and continue to create awareness with the fishermen, with the people around here. And I hope in the future it will be restored back the way it was with former glory.
Samaki pia nao hakuna. Ndege pia walikuwa ndege sana hapa. Ndege hapa baharini kuna wale sana fish watakuwa wanafaidi ule upevi wao wanapata hapa wanapata pesa inaingia kwa vile kwa sababu wavuvi hapa wanavua na wanauza kwa vile. Hii kitu tunaanzisha tunataka kidogo tuanze kampeni. One thing that they do next week. The site is restored once assist get savings law, smart regulations. Once you enter one do the benefits of money and and pay for the money. Just figure out that's how the thing issue. They're not putting in time because they are really having the point. We're going to this morning. Through the second platform for climate governance. Please have one of those small gaps. Because with those small gaps, we can do the house. And we need to do it now. We are counting the mangrove as one of the best forests that we have. And one of the stories is the fullest. What I want to find it's really the continue doing different communities within the so that's the next for the young people. Must be educated about the information of my working on the
Reach.
My there are two problems with the and pastorality. We want to have
When I get my phone, I need to try and look at the issue that I want to with. Continue with the introduction. That's your public. It's hard to erase the so I would wait on to come along nationally. When I use my own screen, really because maybe also walk with people that how I can also go into the investigation, for the victim, People should be compensated for their lives that have been lost to climate change. They are lost to climate change, but also their health. So it's all around functions and also and also
Okay, welcome back. I want us to get to the next session of the program. So we can have all six. We can have all six. Okay, David, we can pause the video, then we go to the next session. I know there are people who just came in. A quick introductions of 1, 2 people just came in. Jina tu na organization. Tuna mtu amefika sahihi. Okay, is there someone who just came in? A quick introduction. Who has the mic? You can stand as we get to the mic. Just introduce yourself, you can.
Yes.
From Kirinyaga County, and I'm representing our nation, where we do environmental conservation campaign awareness. Thank you. Thank you, Njagi. Next. Anyone who just came in at the back? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jane. I work with women. My organization, our organization is Secure Livelihood Women Forum. We work with women in Laikipia and Narok and Kajiado and Nairobi. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else at the back? Good morning, everyone. My name is Jennifer. I work with Women Livelihood. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Caroline. I'm also a member of the Secure Livelihood Women's Program. Thank you for having us.
Morning, my name is Jacob Saba from Nandi, representing Underneath Groups. We do governance advocacy. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Anita Kirote, Agri-Media Society from Tharaka-Nithi County.
Good morning, everyone. Marvin Kaloki from Agri-Media Society.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Margaret from Nairobi County. We work with Secure Women Livelihood. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Chino. I'm from Mathare and I'm working with women in the grassroots supplies.
Okay, on the side. Okay, go ahead.
Shadrach Nyakoy from the media, the Times newspaper.
My name is Evangelist Cecilia. I'm from Family Organization for Empowerment. We empower youth and women. Okay, this side. Okay, more. Good morning. My name is Captain Ringo. I wear many hats. I'm a journalist, specializing in agriculture and environment. I am a publisher. I publish a hot news magazine, hot news for horticulture. And I am the founder of the Agromedia Society. And you know the nexus between agriculture and climate change and environment. And the most exciting of all is the project I started last year in my village in Barakalibi County, where I brought farmers together so we could do agroforestry. We bring our primary crops that are avocados and macadamia within an environmental and climate change intervention. Thank you. Just your name and your organization, please. Good morning. I'm John Agoma from KDP Platform for Climate Governance. Thank you. All right. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Martin Benson. I'm with Baruaka Relief Organization.
Is there someone here?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Margaret Orgeta from African Wildlife Foundation.
Thanks, Margaret.
Good morning. What do we want?
Climate justice.
What do we want?
Climate justice.
When do we want it? My name is Kenny Robert Banda from Kilifi County, Kenya Platform for Climate Governance, Kilifi Chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
My own Anderson Mohammed. Society.
All right. I want to take this opportunity to invite my colleague Alvin to take us through the climate justice torch. Karibu. Oh, this one. Sorry, Abuya. Introduce yourself.
Okay, thanks. My name is Nicholas Abuya and I work with Christian Aid. Happy to see many people from the counties and from the front line. Thank you.
Thank you, man. And I'd like to pay greetings from the Pan-African Climate Justice Secretariat, the program manager Charles Marley, and executive director Dr. Rebecca Wider, who are supposed to be here, but because of other responsibilities, and you know the secretariat is involved in local to continental and global advocacy work, and so there are other spaces. The climate justice torch comes at a very timely stage when the African continent is hosting an African COP at the end of October. And so therefore the expectations are the summit, and we hope that it will finally deliver for a region of special needs and circumstances where energy shortages are chronic and an obstacle to economic development. And debates are raging over the adequacy of climate finance, the responsibility of high emitters in the most vulnerable countries, as well as investments in natural gas, which is going to be a very contentious issue. We are at a crisis of the world, and the war in Ukraine has just made things worse, even after having not recovered from the COVID-19 pandemic. And before you might have come across our track record as Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance and what we've done for the last decade, including our COP27 strategies now and beyond. It is on that backdrop that the climate justice campaign and was designed to eliminate the special needs and circumstances of the African people and building solidarity in defining and directing and articulating our own priorities as a continent, as well as galvanizing and ensuring that there is ownership and control of energy systems by local communities, leading into a low carbon trajectory into the continent. We've just come from Amsterdam, where the climate justice torch was launched. And the theme of the campaign, of course, is mobilizing and amplifying the voices of communities at the front line of the climate crisis to take your accountability for climate justice at COP27 and beyond. So what are the objectives of the climate justice torch? Number one is to enhance the visibility of African people who are affected by the climate change at community level, showcase the vulnerabilities and engaging African youth climate activists and contribute to their increased influence at national, regional, and international decision-making phases of climate justice. FACTA runs the Nairobi Summer School, where we have trained hundreds and almost to the thousands of young people who are now focusing on climate justice advocacy. And as you heard, our strategy at FACTA is both inward and outward, meaning that we provide technical input into the UNFCCC processes to inform negotiations and to ensure that our voices are heard in policy decision-making spaces. And outward, in terms of engaging communities, building capacity, and enhancing their knowledge in climate justice so that we can build their credibility and ensure that their voices are able to be credible and input into the debates. And Sylvia Wachina is here, and others who have been working on the Nairobi Climate Summer School, and they have supported us in ensuring that the climate justice torch is also led by young people. So number two is building sufficient political momentum within Africa for urgent action and putting for a unified position by the political class at all levels. As we heard from our colleagues from Uganda, how do we look back internally as an African continent and say, what are we going to do at African Union level, at regional economic community level, at Pan-African Parliament level, at national parliamentary level, at county levels, how do we galvanize political momentum to ensure that we set climate justice as a political priority for our decision makers and ensure that it is covered at our national priorities. And that then will ensure that we consolidate and organize key influencing blocks for strengthening mobilization of climate action that is driven by young people, women movements, pastoralists, and other vulnerable groups, which is very, very important. And you know, ACTA is an alliance of religious communities, women, pastoralists, youth, vulnerable groups, who are organized as designated national platforms in country, who influence their own context, but in that entirety, contributing to the continental strategy as a platform within the Secretariat, which then feeds to the global level to influence decisions of climate change. So the anticipated outcomes of the climate justice campaign is to contribute to the effective building on African narrative of climate justice by ensuring meaningful engagement within targeted communities directly affected by climate crisis, by profiling the issues at stake at national, regional, and global policy makers, and contributing advancing for progressive commitment towards operationalization of the special needs and circumstances of the African continent. The issue here is the way you speak about climate change or climate justice or climate crisis determines who takes part in the debate around climate change. Climate change means totally different in different contexts. It means different in Africa and in the global north. It's different in terms of the context and the issues that are being addressed. And therefore, as FACTA, we come together to ensure that we advance the African narrative of climate change, which is our key agenda for the climate justice campaign. Number two, we would like to inspire and empower African communities, youth, women, and vulnerable populations tell their stories in their own language about what they understand of climate crisis, sharing their experiences of good practices on climate actions at local level, and fully participating in decision-making processes in campaign, lobbying, and advocacy, putting local communities at the center and at the front line of our work as advocates for climate justice, which in turn will strengthen local climate justice leadership, with community and local actors having to increase capacity, space, and voice during and after COP7 and COP28. And this is all about procedural justice and ensuring that communities are able to have space in the negotiations and in the processes within the UNFCCC. And as well, exert pressure on global leaders from wealthy and industrial countries to adopt ambitious climate commitments rooted in climate justice at COP27 and beyond, in the spirit of the Paris Agreement and in respecting the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, because Africa has carbon emissions into the atmosphere, yet suffers a lot from the black brunt of climate change. So how do we address that? So what was the process of the launch of this climate justice? So we launched this thought during the Africa Climate Change Week in Gabon by Professor Lee White, who is the Minister of Gabon for Forests and Environment. And we released the thought to Dakar during the African Ministerial Conference. Then the thought went to Morocco. It just came from DRC from the PRICO. And now we are here in Nairobi representing the whole of East and Central Africa. And you've had the different contexts and challenges that the communities are facing from different countries. And we're also going, I think, in the next section to hear local communities telling their stories. From here, we are heading to Zambia. Zambia is the head of the African Group of Negotiators. And therefore, it is important as we illuminate the priorities of the continent in consolidating and aggregating the common Africa position, we find it prudent that we bring the AGM here so that he may receive the messages of African communities under the auspices of our alliance and our working together before we head to Windhoek, Namibia, for the CCDA Climate Change Development for Africa Conference, which is convened by the African Union, Africa Development Plan, and the Africa Climate Policy Center within the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, where we hope that we are going to agree on an African common position that will in turn endorsed on behalf of African communities to COP27 humanitarian. So the voices and the priorities of the campaign is women, minority groups, youth, people with disabilities, and the elderly, which is very key. And the strategies involved in this campaign, and I welcome you to tap into these strategies and to tap into the expertise within the Partner Secretariats at national to global level, is to pull our activities together and cultivating a spirit of unity and key messaging in strengthening core blocks for the road to COP27 and beyond. On your desk, you have the strategy. Feel free to look at it and see how best we can harness our work in ensuring that we achieve our objectives. The media is very important and they are here. We want to say thank you so much for coming to work with us in ensuring that local voices are heard from communities to global levels and that they are able to ensure that their voices reach to the farthest part of the universe or the world. Public participation at COP27 is key, and we have been fighting for that to ensure that communities are well represented, women, youth, elderly people with disabilities, pastoralists, small-scale farmers are within the room to ensure that they input into the processes. Partnerships and networking, we see different cadres of organizations here, governments are here, our partners are here, World Vision, National Aid, Christian Aid, Frederick System, Oxfam International, and others are here. How do we marry our strategies to ensure that we advance climate justice? Digital campaigning, ACJA has embraced digital campaigning as one of the strategies is strengthening our online presence and campaigns to ensure that our messages are coherent through our young digital activists who are also in the room. We want to say thank you for your work and ensuring that our messages reach the youth and others in a model and in a language that they best understand. Cross-border cooperation and bringing together issues that are common to our communities across the continent and the regions is very key. You've had the countries that are in the room and the different issues that they're facing at national level, and pulling those strategies together to ensure that we illuminate the most important things that the regions are facing, where they are, and advancing that to regional and local level is very, very key. And leadership with young people with overarching support from the designated national platforms who are here, and the Continental Secretariat, which leads on the continental and global advocacy level, interfacing, drawing from countries, but also feedbacking to them and ensuring that indeed the issues that we represent at global level are evidence-based, and that these are real stories backed up by real experiences that the communities we service are able to see and find ownership in the strategies that we are advancing at all levels. So our activities are lobbying and advocacy. We do that from local to global level. Our diplomatic engagement with the African Union organs, the UNFCCC processes, World Bank, Africa Development Bank, where we sit and represent civil society organizations are some of the critical spaces that will ensure our voices are collectively heard with the ownership of backed-up stories and community work. Country and regional level convenings with policymakers like this ones are one of the key strategies that we use, so that we have seen as people who contribute to policy formulation and implementation in the best way possible, and inform these processes with a voice of communities and in-country mobilization where the significant national platforms are. So the most critical guiding key messages based on our convenience and experiences from the continent is that number one, Africa must be treated as a continent of special needs and circumstances. With the experiences in Ukraine, I can assure you, as we have from other material, that three countries will always prioritize their own energy security for our climate. And that one leads us to the second goal, which would be how do we agree on a dedicated and ambitious goal on the global goal for adaptation, which is a key priority for the African continent. Number three, we are happy now that the issue of loss and damage and establishment of a financing facility has now been adopted to the COP27 agenda. Access to renewable and affordable, reliable and efficient energy as a right and not as a cost to communities in Africa. The issue of energy democracy comes in there. And three countries will continue to object to Africans accessing financing for renewable energy. How do we aggregate our voices based on experiences and inform a common provision on that one? Highly accessible climate financing for communities at the front line of climate crisis. I think that is what Robert was bringing to the fore when he was giving his intervention. Financing, capacity building, and means of implementation are key for the African continent. And calling on developing countries to enhance their ambition to cut down emissions and taking their responsibility. So our key targets now is the Committee of African Heads of State on Climate Change, which will carry the African common position in climate change. Kenya is still the champion for CAHOSO. We have an opportunity and with the leadership to ensure that we have a consolidated message, because we in Kenya inform the country on these priorities of the continent. The African group of negotiators that we had to Zambia let us speak with one voice and target the COP27 presidency in a manner that is sharp and that is able to deliver on the African COP. So our final message is that we need a strong common position that can counter the divide and conquer tendencies of the global north. Africa needs and must assert its own agency to set policies that pursue development, even if it means some countries will experience short-term differences in emissions. Anything less would only widen the global inequality gap and create even worse climate injustices. So as African leaders and as African civil society organizations, we must have a clear eye about what we can get accomplished and not straight away with our people's future development for empty promises. So the African COP must deliver for Africans by Africans. That's how we do it.
Thank you so much, Alvin. I don't sit far because it has so many questions. Alvin has been working on Sylvia. Sylvia, you can raise your hand on the climate justice torch. I think they deserve a clap. Thank you for the good work. We'll give you a chance to respond to questions, but we have Dr. Pacifica online who just wants to make is she online or good? We have the Director of Climate Change, Dr. Pacifica, who will give remarks on behalf of the PS. So, Daktari, are you online? You can hear me?
Yes, and I can hear you.
Oh, good.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Welcome.
Yeah,
So we have the convening. We have representatives from Kenya, from different regions in Kenya. We have representatives from 5 countries within the Horn of Africa. We have also representatives from governments and our partners. So welcome so much, Dr. Pacifica. You can go ahead and give your remarks.
Yeah, thank you, Anne. I've put my video on. I don't know if you can see me or not. I can't see myself.
Yeah.
Can you?
We'll put down the presentation and yeah, we cannot see you.
So, okay, if you can see me, that's fine. If you cannot see me, then it's okay. So I think I just want to start by thanking PACJA and also thanking your leader, Dr. Mithika Mwenda, for the consistent and the passion and the way with which the PACJA team has driven climate agenda and the agenda of climate justice. I think I want to confirm that we feel your impact, and we think that you are the NGO that is going to help us in winning some of the milestones that we intend to achieve in this COP, in COP27, which is an African COP. And I also want to confirm that I'd heard about this climate justice torch. And when I saw the invitation to the PS and he asked about it, and I highly recommended that he participates, but he has an urgent assignment from His Excellency the President, so he will not be able to participate in this meeting. I also would have wanted to participate in person because of the significance of this event, but we are currently in the process of updating our incoming CS Honorable Rosalinda Soipan. So please accept the apology of the PS and also accept my apology in terms of not being there in person. So I just want to say that we as the Ministry of Environment have worked very closely with civil society organization and private sector to prepare for this COP. And I believe some of you were in Nakuru last week, when we were preparing the country position paper. and that Kenya has also at the continental level taken a leadership in terms of giving input to the various agenda items. I think since COP26, colleagues have worked very hard, and some of the colleagues that have been doing this work with CCD, with the Climate Change Directorate, from civil society organization. So as a ministry, we've ensured that all voices are heard so that whatever we are submitting for consideration and for negotiations has everyone's voice. So as we move towards COP27, there was also the AMSEN meeting, which was held in Senegal, Dakar. The ministry was represented, and I was very happy to see a large delegation from PACJA. And that meeting resulted into 37 key messages for COP27, which will be held in Sharm el-Sheikh this year. And I believe that those key messages that PACJA and the CSO team that was there contributing into the adoption of those key messages for COP27. As Kenya, we moved very fast in record time. Immediately after the meeting, we convened the Committee of African Heads of States meeting to make sure that those messages are locked in, and so that the whole country, the whole continent, has the direction as they move to direction in terms of what to expect in COP27. And I'm very happy that the presenter who has just left the meeting, the floor, has highlighted some of the priority areas for the continent, and also given a brief historical perspective of where we were and where we want to go. So I will not really dwell into that. But what I want to say is that unlike COP26, of course, COP26 was held in the middle of a pandemic. COP27 has its own dynamics. So the challenges we faced in COP26 was most related to the COVID-19 pandemic. And in this COP, I know that we have to face a lot of things, which as a result of the Russia-Ukraine war. And we have dubbed this COP an implementation COP. So what comes to mind is that as we go to this COP, what are we implementing? Are we implementing that which we agreed in Glasgow? Is the Glasgow spirit still going to be alive in this meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh? And what is our role and responsibility as civil society and also national governments, given the situation? Should we just throw up in the towel and say, you know, this is what is facing us, or should we keep pushing for a sharp focus to finding solutions to the problems that we are facing? The good thing for us as Kenya, we have the direction for His Excellency President Ruto, which is very clear that we are still staying on track with our commitments to that we made in COP26. We are still staying on track to our targets for 100% renewable energy that is going to the grid. We are still on track to the 10% transition to clean cooking by 2028, and we are still on track to many other things as will be announced also at COP. So having said that, Kenya, I think we have also been approached by many leaders, including the current COP26 president, to show leadership and direction to the rest of the continent. And I know very key in this meeting will be the issue of energy and just transitions. And whilst we recognize that most of the developed countries are backslidden or are backsliding, we do not want to go back to where they are. The reason why, for example, the European Union is finding itself where it is because it did not invest in energy security. It invested in energy, but not in energy security. Here in Kenya, we started our journey with investing in renewable energy when we didn't even know that this was for climate. We were just doing it. And it's because of that we are not so threatened as those who are relying like on 90% their energy is coming from fossil fuels. Because any country now that is generating power from thermal fuels has to deal with the high fuel prices and also the issue of handling their NDC. So the question we ask ourselves, yes, we need the energy, and Africa needs to grow, and 600 million Africans do not have access to that energy. So the issue of justice becomes very fundamental, but how do we package this justice in a way that it doesn't also make us energy insecure, like EU in the next 15 to 20 years? So how do we encourage our colleagues from other countries who have decided that they are going to go the coal and the fossil fuels away, to ensure that they don't also not lose their journey to renewable? Because for us in Kenya, we have decided that we are going to invest in energy security, and investing in energy security is investing in renewable energy. So as a continent, we do not have a common position on this. So every country, I think, has taken their position. And so Kenya has also mapped its own energy transition pathway. And ours is going to focus on enhanced technology for renewable energy to make sure that we don't backslide on our commitment. It's going to focus on the new frontier energies like green hydrogen, expansion of geothermal energy, and energy efficiency. So we're looking more towards support, any support that we can get to help us develop our renewable energy resources and stay on track. So that is our energy transition story as a country. And I believe that every country in Africa has their energy transition pathway. But I hope that despite this divergence on the continent on this issue, that we will also make concerted efforts to encourage our governments to go the renewable energy way, as we use this, what people call them transition fuels. I don't know how you can use a fuel to transition. It's like you're investing in something, then you're going to drop it in the next 15 or 20 years. So try as much as possible to blend in and make sure that the incremental percentage of your energy mix is going towards renewable energy. And we should also not forget about clean cooking, because clean cooking is a big, big issue for the African continent, and we need to initiate it. It's very unfortunate that there's not been a big initiative on clean cooking, and we are calling this an African COP, and we know that one of the pressing areas is on clean cooking. I would like us to start, even through PACJA, a very big initiative on clean cooking, which can help us mobilize resources and have a clear roadmap of how to transition the continent from a high dependence on biomass to clean cooking. So other than that, I just want to confirm that Kenya will continue working with you, and Kenya will also continue consulting you because you have a lot of information. When we need you to press an agenda item or just to help us push for something at COP, if we are stuck, we will also call upon you. And I just want to thank you very much, and I look forward to our next meeting. Here in Kenya, we have decided to have we had a briefing meeting for the principal secretaries yesterday. We will have one for cabinet secretaries and all, but we will also have one for civil society and media and private sector. So you'll be hearing officially, those of you who are Kenyans, you'll be hearing officially from the government of Kenya on the state of preparedness and our expectations for COP27. Thank you very much. And that's probably next week. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Once again, to begin my coffee, Daktari. Yeah, we pulled her from a meeting and she has to go back, but we really appreciate the support. The ministry has been really in support of the work we've been doing as PACJA and with other partners, including even development of Kenya position to COP and to SB. So I think that should be the spirit, and we really appreciate the fact that you're working with the civil society in the country in this agenda. So thank you so much, and we look forward to you launching the torch tomorrow, the flagging off at the ministry. So we'll be there tomorrow at your offices to start the procession. So thank you so much, and carry our regards to the MPS. So thank you. I want to invite any questions to Alvin and Sylvia on the climate justice torch before we go to our next session. Any comments? Any clarification? Okay. Abuya.
Okay, thank you, Alvin, for your presentation. Mine is more of a comment. We just listened to Dr. Pacifica, and I think in speech, she has kind of asked us to develop certain aspects in terms of asks as we go to the COP27. So I'm just wondering, as we continue with the approach for climate justice, are we working towards harmonizing our asks with what is really emerging from other actors in Africa? I think that would be critical so that we don't appear like we are having any contradicting positions. And if there are contradicting positions, then they be from the right principle, because that is also allowed.
Okay, we will take note of that. Kelly, anyone with the mic? You can speak as we get the mic.
Time as Africans, we stop being perceived as if we need care from others. It's time for us as CSOs, as NGOs to come together in one voice as we approach the COPs. Because what happens is like we have like what Alvin has just said, Africa is our business and Africa is us and Africa is our business. So if you don't take that, then Africa is going to be talked about. Not us talking about Africa, but other people are going to talk about Africa. So for us to make sure that we talk about Africa, it's all the CSOs, the NGOs to come together and know why, what, and where are we going. From that, now we can have that one voice, what we're talking about, and we can now go and take our grievances or our message to the top. That is my message. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kelly. This table.
Thank you very much. I want just to know whether I've just read there around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, around 9 countries. Are we in the same page or Kenya is the ones championing for this? I wanted just to know that. Thank you very much.
Good. I think it would be good to hear from other countries as well. Yes,
my name is Asara Bule. I'm from South Sudan, and I think we were thinking alike, actually, because it has been said so many times that Africa is the richest continent on earth, right? And then again, we come and contradict ourselves and say we are a continent of special needs. How? I mean, if we have everything, how are we a continent of special needs? We are the ones struggling with things like floods, which has badly hit my country and stuff like that. But we are not even responsible for fumes or much of the technology that is happening in the world. But then again, when we come to things like we are going for COP27, probably Kenya will lobby for itself. South Sudan will lobby for itself. And then we reach there, we have 2 different voices. Who's going to listen to Africa? Nobody. Nobody. So maybe we come together, lobby for that one thing that Africa needs, not Kenya needs, not South Sudan needs, not Uganda needs. Probably at that time, we can champion the earth.
Thank you so much for that response. There's a hand.
My name is Faustin Ngoma, and I come from Kigali, Rwanda. One thing is that Africa's common position has always been challenged. And the challenge sometimes doesn't come from parties alone. It comes from the influence that you have in the news. Our voice has always been struggled, and sometimes it is troubled by those who claim to be supporting us, and they drive their agenda to us. Otherwise, the African group of negotiators are supposed to be taking the money. But quite unfortunately, when you privately talk to the African people, some of them tell you that when they move for the African position, they're influenced by their governments. And the influence from their governments does not particularly come directly from their government leaders, but comes from somewhere else and we move the African position. That is from the back side. Now coming back to the civil society side, we are here seated as a bank. The other day we were sitting in the chamber with my colleague there at Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa. Somewhere in Africa where I don't know, the Climate Action Network is sitting and talking about the African continent. And sometimes this civil society works and not able to meet. So what you call the civil society position. So Africa is the strictly focused Africa in the heart for Africa. It is strictly focusing on Africa food systems. And looking at the diversity of who is participating in our food chain and food systems. And they are trying to promote agroecology as a response for climate resilience. It is okay, I am part of it. But how do you take that language as components of what you are talking about in terms of climate justice here in Africa? How does the work of, I didn't hear anything. How does the work of office fit into our work? So that when we design a civil society position, we are talking the same about. How does the work of the climate action network, what they are doing? Sometimes, remember, for example, climate action network is by its voice by the nation, by the global nation. And when they are at the core, we seem to be seated differently, and we seem to be driving different agendas. There are some Africans who are seated on the other side with the other CHOs from the north and talking the language of climate action network. The different is what we're talking about. Now, the moment you get that feeling, it's a disaster. But you see, that's a spectrum strongly and sure that we know what you want. Make our statements very clear. Sure that they get where they're supposed to get to. And when I say they're supposed to get where they are supposed to get to, it's about our law and civil society in different countries. I think different countries. We play those roles quite differently. In Rwanda, we may not demonstrate, but we may hold dialogue meetings and call government officials to come and review. In Kenya, tomorrow I will be supporting you to demonstrate because it is possible. But whatever approach we use, we need to ensure that we bring in our governments, make them responsible and answer to the challenges that we are meeting, and to ensure that within the statements that we make, I make it reflect into your work. And therefore, my role as a party in Rwanda You feel that the discussions you get from here, people now into our decision-making positions so that they can settle them into the African Democratic platform before that go through the form. Thank you so much.
So much. All right, I think we can have this conversation as we move. I'll just give one last lady at the back, then we go to the next session. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to talk about the climate change. Actually, I came from where the climate disaster. My NGO is international NGO, whereby we carried a lot of beliefs, different parts of the African continents. My question here is, how are we sure that we are going to be fair share with the rest of the countries? Number two, are these people that we are talking about, are they aware that they have any communications or information about whatever we are talking about? Are they in the same platform with us? Or are we just saying Africa? We use the name of Africa to get our own interest. How are we going to put these people on board so that they can have fair share with us? So that they can hear what we are talking about. Do they have any appointments, or are they aware today that we are having these meetings, including Somalia? Because I've been talking to someone from Somalia and they were not aware of what is going on here. Tana River, they are not aware. How are we going to be sure those people who are marginalized, especially, and very much hit so by the drought and climate change, whether they are here or whether they are with us or not? Please clarify. Thank you. Thank you so much, our colleague from Tana River. Seeing more hands, but I'll just respond to her, to you saying you're a representative of that community. We may not bring here on board, everybody here on board, bring everybody here to Nairobi, but I think our aim as PACJA and KPCG is to reach as many people as possible. I think you'll be one of those people who will be reaching out to ensure that we reach that group. So thank you. Two last, please make it brief. You and the lady from Sabul is here. Okay.
Just to clarify, my sister, I'm here from Tamburu, representing Tamburu and Turkana County, and we have Itiolo and Mantat County. Where's Lorraine?
Yes, I'll give him the last, I'll give you a chance after the next session. Give the gentleman.
Thank you for I think I've contributed a lot. My concern is about civil society now. One thing we need to do, we have these 9 countries, and I believe the citizens of this country that are paying taxes is from these countries. We need to compel our governments to set aside a seed for climate change. Before we go to donors, we need to compel them. That should be our role as a civil society. Let them set aside some money for climate change so that we can start from our country. Then when we go to donors, at least we can show them we are committed to this one. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. We take notes. So I want us to go to our last session before lunch. This is a session where we want to hear community voices from different parts of this country. And I want to invite Brian Misiati, our YDA, and also a member, an alumni of the Nairobi Summer School, to the front. Then Grace Loling from Cielo Gender Watch. Witness Suma, PPCG Kilipi, please come at the front. David Fushene from our KPCG platform, and Police from Western Kenya at KPCG. So please come at the front. Thank you so much, our panelists. And I think one of the objectives of this meeting is to hear from community voices, the youth, and different groups on what is really happening on the ground. What are the interventions and what are the plans as we move to COP? I want to start with Suma, witness from our coast platform. Please tell us what's happening. Na unaweza ongea kwa Kiswahili, that is allowed, our national language. So proceed.
Kwa majina naitwa Witness Suma from KPCG Kilifi. I'm also the chairperson for Maendeleo Wanawake. I'm also a national interpreter for people with hearing impairment. Na tuona what Anna has just said, ili kila mtu aweze kuelewa kinagaubaga ile shida iliyoko pale chini mashinani. Mimi kama mama, kwanza nataka kuchukua shukrani za dhati. Shukuru shirika hili la Pan-Africa Culture sababu ya kwanza kuleta kongamano hili hapa Nairobi. Na la pili, kuhusisha yule mama na kijana na mlemavu chini mashinani ambaye ameumia kabisa. Na kusema la kweli, nataka kutoa hadithi ama mambo yanayoendelea pale chini yanayoathiri kina mama. Mimi kama mama ninahuzunika sana nikiangalia kwa kina mama hivi sasa hakuna chakula, hakuna maji. Kina mama wanaamka masaa matatu kufuata chakula na chakula chenyewe hakuna. Waangalie mmea wowote ambao uko pale nyanjani na hakuna. Kilifi County iko na sub county 7. 4 katika hizo hazina chakula hivi tunavyozungumza. Kilifi County Ganze imepakana na Tsavo East, Tsavo West. Ndovu wanahama kutoka Tsavo wanaingia Ganze. Kila mmea wanaoona wanakula. Na si ndovu wawili ama watatu. Wanatembea zaidi ndovu 100, ndovu 20, ndovu 200, ndovu 1000. Wanakimbia kuokoa maisha yake. Ni jambo limeathiri kina mama. Mbali na hiyo, wakina mama wamewachwa na waume zao ndani ya manyumba. Wakina mama wamebakia na watoto. Mtoto wa kike anawacha kusoma kwa sababu chakula na kina wale watoto. Anabaki na wale watoto. Wanapita kuanzia asubuhi mpaka saa 6. Hakuna atakayetoka ndani ya nyumba. Vijana wakipata mtoto wa kike anarepiwa. Ni shida ambayo nataka kumwambia dada kule kutoka taarifa. Sisi kina mama tunaumia. Sehemu ya Ganzo kina mama ya shida kilizopo inawabidi waende wakachimbe mawe. Wakabebe mawe. Mawe yako ndani ya pori chini. Kubeba mawe yale, mawe 1000 kwa siku, ameweka kwa kichwa, malori yako. Mama huyo akiwa ni mjamzito, unaona limeshikilia mimba ndogo za wakina mama, wakiavya mimba kwa sababu ya kubeba mawe. Jambo la kuhuzunisha. Wengine atakuja na mtoto mgongoni kwa sababu hana wa kumwachia mtoto. Watoto wale wadogo wanacheza pale. Ile mshindo wa yale mawe na zile mashini zinapokuwa baada ya miezi ya kuhesabu, watoto wale wanatoka usaha kwenye masikio. Wanapokwenda kupimwa wanapatikana ni viziwi. Hearing impairment has really affected our children down in Kilifi. I was forced to go in line sign language so that I could break the barrier between the parents and the children. We that is a special unit in our area. Ili wale kina mama ambaye na mtoto wake asiyeweza kusikia, akifika pale anaambia mimi nahisi homa, mama hajui anaelewa nini. Akimpeleka hospitali mama hawezi kuelewa. I had to go an extra mile to ensure I train nurses on sign language ili kuweza kusikia. Ni janga ambalo limeathiri kina mama, na yote haya ni kwa sababu ya climate change. Ninapomalizia kule chini pwani, hivi sasa hakuna samaki. Mafuriko yanapotoka huku juu, chakra takataka zote zinaingia ndani ya bahari. Zikiingia ndani ya bahari, samaki wanakula. Ni plastic, ni nini, takataka zote. Angalia, samaki anapokula hivyo, wewe utakwenda kuchukua samaki. Kansa imeongezeka pale chini. Kwa sababu samaki hakuna, mama ambaye biashara yake ni samaki, lazima aruke kwa asubuhi. Ikifika pale ni saa 9, anangoja samaki mvuvi watakuja masaa kadhaa. Samaki wakija, walioko pale ni watu 10, ni watu 20 wanataka samaki. Samaki walioko pale ni wachache, wataanza kupigana. Inabidi mama exchange, ajiuze haki yake ili aweze kupata samaki, apate lisho la watoto wake nyumbani. Tumesema kina mama, enough is enough. Tumechoka. We are happy that the time has come out now. So the kike. Na pesa iliyotoka ifike chini ndani tuweze kupata kiatu, kwa sababu tumetoka. Waume zetu wameenda nje, wametuacha. Hivi sasa najua umesikia kesi nyingi sana ya watoto wetu wa kike wanaenda wanarudi kutafuta kazi. Ni juzi tu tumesikia kwenye runinga, mmeona, nafikiri tulikuwa KTN pamoja na Hani, tungeongea mtoto wa kike ambaye amekwenda kutafuta kazi, hata mtoto wake wa miezi 2 akimnyonyesha ili aende akatafute kazi. Bahati mbaya mtoto yule, msichana yule, kufika kule alipewa puppies au anyonyeshe. What a situation. When we're heading towards Kenya, we as women, we are saying enough is enough. Tunataka suluhu. Na suluhu ni sauti zetu zisikike. We are happy that our president amekuja na bottom up. Na bottom up, pesa zitengwe ili hawa wasaidike. Nina hakika tutakuja na mikakati ambayo itasaidia water harvesting. Haya maji yanamwagika vipa sabaki yaweze kutekwa, yaweke kwenye magala tuweze kutumia. Nina hakika ukichimbwa maji yako chini mengi sana. Hata Biblia inasema Mwenyezi Mungu aligawanya maji yakaenda juu na maji yakaja chini. Chini kuna maji. Tuchimbiwe maji katika kila wodi, ile kaunti zipo, kila wodi ipate maji. Nina hakika baa hili la njaa, baa hili ambalo watu wanakosa ardhi, watu wanakosa chakula, nina hakika kunayo suluhisho ambalo linaweza kufanya. Nina hakika tunapoendelea, I'll be able to share more facts and views on how our women are suffering at home. Nikimalizia, kiatu hiki ninachokivaa, Waswahili wakasema huwezi kuzungumza uchungu wa kiatu unachokivaa isipokuwa wewe mwenyewe unachokivaa. You cannot talk on how the shoe is fitting you unless you yourself who is wearing that shoe will be able to explain kiatu hiki kinanifinya huko kwenye vidole ama huko chini. Use us. Use our teeth. Tutumieni sisi tuwaelezee zile shida ziko pale chini ili mtiririko wa pesa uweze kufika.
Sharing your experience from the coast region. I know this is in region ambayo iko na mangroves. Alipoona KPCG Kilifi mmekuwa mkipande ni mikakati gani mmeweza kwa fupi tu mmeweza kufanya ili kuzuia haya madhara ya climate change?
Nilikuwa nimepeana muda niweze kuongea, lakini pia nataka kuongea kuhusu hiyo. Ni mikakati ambayo tumetumia sisi kama kina mama na vijana, kwa sababu watu wengi wamekata miti kutengeneza makaa kwa sababu hakuna ajira. Wamekata miti kutengeneza fence za mashamba yao, na mkoko ndio mti unaojulikana, mkoko ambao una nguvu zaidi na mti ambao unadumu. Na hivi ninavyowaambia, mikoko katika bahari ya Pwani kutoka Tana River mpaka Lamu, mikoko imeisha. Na samaki huenda kule kujificha na kutafuta chakula. Na ndiposa umeona katika program pale, vijana wetu wa Pwani, Kilifi hasa, kila mwezi kuna program ya kwenda kupanda miti mikoko kule baharini. Si kazi rahisi, unapokwenda utadidimia, utabeba tope, lakini tumeona hiyo ndio njia ambayo watu tunaweza kuifanya. Na ikiwezekana miche hii kuipata ina shida. Miche hii tukipata itatusaidia. Kama vile kijana ambaye I'm proud to say is my son and a lawyer, Kelly akiongoza hao vijana kupanda miti kule pwani, kila mwezi wamejitolea on voluntary basis grant kuhakikisha mikopo inapandwa, kuhakikisha inapoendelea kumea samaki wanaenda kule, na wanapokwenda kule watu wanapata kupata samaki wengi na kule, kwa sababu hivi sasa lazima watu waende mbali kwanza kupata samaki, na wanapofika kule mbali majeshi ya nchi nyingine hapo kule kurudi ni nadra, kwa sababu wengi wanatafuta samaki katika mixi. Ni activity ambayo hivi sasa tungependa na tunaomba mashirika wajitokeze kusaidia hao vijana na kina mama, na hata pia kusafisha bahari. Sisi kina mama kila mwaka baada kila miezi 6 tunajitokeza, tunaenda baharini na tunaondoa takataka zote, kwa sababu bahari ikija hivi inamwaga uchafu na ikirudi inapeleka uchafu. Kwa hiyo tunajitokeza kusafisha hizo bahari kuhakikisha kwamba takataka hizo tumeziondoa na samaki hawali hizo takataka.
Asante sana mama. Asante sana kwa kushare hiyo experience kutoka Coast. Tutaka kuingia kwa vijana. Ryan, najua umekuwa mwanaharakati kwa mabadiliko tabia nchi. Ni vizuri kusikia kutoka kwako madhara gani vijana wanapitia. But let me just talk in English. Youth have been going, she started in Swahili, so I was picking up. So what have you been going through and what are you doing? I know there is another youth from Wasingishu that will also give 2 minutes to respond after you. Brian, go ahead.
Thank you. Hiyo Kiswahili kuna nitatiza sana. My name is Brian Bisianti. I'm a young digital activist with the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. I also sit here as an alumni of Summer School Season 1 and Summer School Season 2. And I can see several alumni of Summer School. So if you're an alumni, just stand up. All right. That is a cause that we use among young people. And today I'd like to share something brief on meaningful youth engagement, or what I call using young people as a drivers of change. So we all know that young people possess the energy. We have the creativeness and the innovativeness. And we should recognize that empowering young people and working together with them provides a historical and transformational opportunity. That young people, we all know about historical injustices that young people have gone through. And we have been given an opportunity now to work with them as drivers of change. And this opportunity, we need to take it up, both the elderly and the young people, the opportunity that has been provided. We need to seriously pick it up and run with it, cut our niche and see the difference that we can make. So meaningful youth participation is about making young people a real priority in terms of policies and also policy making. That we need to have policies that are youth driven, and we also need to have policies, young people involved in decision making at the table. We need to be stakeholders in this decision, not just implementers of these policies. So I find it very, very prudent that young people need to be included in all forms of decision making. You find that over the years, the word meaningful engagement has been deteriorated, it has been misinterpreted. We have opportunities that are newer to young people as decision making or as meaningful engagement. But I'll just call them tokenism. We have the system of tokenism whereby you are newer to do something done. We call that we have engaged the young people. That should not be the case. We need to embrace the concept of totally engaging them. And young people, we know that we possess some of the talents, different talents. We have young people who are good in advocacy. We have young people who are good in policy making. We have young people who are good in just writing concepts and things like that. So I think if we bring together all this, we will be having an impact from the young people, or impact oriented from young people. So from the Nairobi Summer School, both 1 and 2, there are some of the activities that as young people, we call them locally led activities, we have been engaging in. Mostly is awareness creation. we discovered that most of the young people, either they know, or even if they know, their interest is not there in the discourse of climate change. So we have been trying to change this. Mostly we have been trying to get them young from the universities. From where I sit, we have been doing university dialogue, climate university dialogue, and I can see some of the universities like Faithfulness is here representing Technical University of Kenya. So it is a good space that they are coming in. We have been doing meaningful media engagement. I'm so happy that our media colleagues are today here. We have been doing vernacular shows. Kelly Banda, where's Kelly Banda? Kelly is there. We will use her as an example today. So Kelly Banda has been very vocal from the coast region. He has been engaging the vernacular radio stations, and we discovered that this is the area that the community likes so much. This is what they understand. We are taking climate change to them in a language that they can understand. And also in Nairobi, we have been doing some media tours. We have been engaging some media houses, both radio and TV, just to try and dispense the climate change messages from the young people perspective. And also we have been advocating this through arts. We found out that the young people, their interests mostly are art, or let's say just music, poetry, theater, shows, and things like that. That is where they are found. So we have been trying to see how we can fuse in these messages in a language that they can understand. And also something that I would really like to thank the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance and KPCG. They have really taken up the digital activism so seriously. And today, even as I look in this house, as we are speaking right now, we have a team of digital communications community who are trying to pass the message around through Twitter, Facebook, and other forms of digital communication. Because again, we found out that this is where the young people are mostly. This is where they spend most of their time. And if we want to lure them into meetings like this so that they can know something about climate change, then it is good that we get them where they are, then share the messages with them, then as we bring them closer to the climate discourse. So these are some of the interventions that we have been trying to go through, of course, with challenges and things that arise. But so far, so good. The young people are coming in steadily. The young people are getting interested because we are beginning to speak their language. And as a matter of fact, I want to also credit the climate justice talk to the young people, because it is wholly, we just get support from the Secretariat from the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, but you find out that the whole concept is youth-driven. It is the young people. We launched it in the streets of Gabon. That was somewhere in August. It has traveled with the young people to Senegal. It has gone to Morocco, where the young people are taking the lead. It's now in Kenya, and we hope that the young people will also come out in numbers tomorrow as we hand it over, because it is wholly a youth-led initiative. So thank you so much, Anne. I'll share much as we go on.
Thank you so much, Brian. I know there are a number of young digital activists. Please stand up so that if there's a youth who want to learn from you,
we have one here, brother.
Please stand up.
We have one from Meru, we have Silas from Mount Kenya Network, and we have Mohasila also from Meru. And in absentia, we have Kelly Banda, who is also a community resource person and also YDA. And in absentia, we have Innocent Omil, who just stepped out a little bit to attend to a call. So those are the young digital activists. It is voluntarily. You are all welcome. If you think that it's an initiative you would like to partake, you could see Madam Antek or Simi. Then we can see how we incorporate the whole idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Brian. And the youth in the room, you can see the YDAs if you want to learn more about the program. I want to invite Kevin Kiprumo just briefly. Nakupea dakika mbili tu useme jambo moja. I know he's a youth who came all the way from Wasingishu. Yes.
My fellow activists, hamjambo. Hamjambo. Mbona hiyo sauti hailingani na hii mambo yenye tunajaribu kuangalia? Hamjambo. It has come a time when we people need to unite and team together in the same direction so that we can get justice for planet Earth. If we don't think of the same direction, in the same dimension, we are not going to win this war. In my village, women are still using firewood to cook their food. And you know the effect of the smoke that comes from that firewood. So my proposal, ukienda huko COP, ama kama mnaweza kufanyia hapa Kenya, please, justice ikuje huko nyumbani, Rift Valley, not Rift Valley, Uasin Gishu, need giant biogas plant, na tunajua ni possible, kwa sababu every homestead iko na ng'ombe, they are dairy farmers, na hiyo kauda mliko ilikuwa inapotea bure, itakuwa useful. Another thing, kwa mama pia, during dry season, maji wanaenda mbali. Na sahii wakati kunanyesha, mvua, maji inatapaka kila maji. If it is possible, I'm not going to ask for a small tank, a giant tank. So that during rainy season, ile maji itaharvestiwa pale, it can run the whole community, even the whole county, the whole dry season. Bila kudrill. They harvest, they don't drill. Wasi drill, wa harvest the rainwater. Another thing, vijana tumekuwa discouraged sana. The youth who have been discouraged simply because of what? The funds to fund our climate-related projects. Youth have ideas at home. Youth have many things that they can deliver and offer solution to climate-related problems. The big problem or the largest problem among the affect is funds. Kiweza kupata funds directly to our CBOs or directly to our groups or directly through this organization, kama mnaweza kusikiza, tuone uko nyumbani huko, we are going to make sure we do something big. Na mwende mwambiane huko kopo, kuna ideas huko. So I know you want to be the Camonia. It's content and listen. Another thing, the issue of energy. For energy sector, we have everything here, except one thing, technology. The technology go, if they can bring the technology go, hapa na tutengenezewe institutions ambazo zinaweza kutrain sisi vijana huko nyumbani, huko village, ikuwe town, rural youth. I'm talking about the rural youth. Because hiyo institutions huko rural, so that train huko, trainiwe huko, na tufanye mambo mazuri huko. Tunakuja huko town.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Thank you so much. Clap for him. He came all the way from Procession. Alisema amesikia kuna mkutano. So we found him at our gate in fact and the plugger, and we thought maybe we could just join him. Thank you so much. I'll invite Grace Dolin to just tell us more about what's happening in the northern part of the country. Grace.
This one, here.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Tutakuwa special, so you'll carry it. All right. My name is Grace Dolin. I read the parts. I come from Isiolo County. Okay. I represent Isiolo and Marsabit because I work in Isiolo and Marsabit. Isiolo and Marsabit are the counties which is hard hit by drought, and our lifestyle is pastoralism.
And when there is drought now, we don't have other sources of livelihood except burning charcoal and also selling fresh fish. For us, it is a challenge for us when Panja started talking about climate change. We just knew that it was a natural phenomenon which cannot be reversed and which cannot be talked about. But in 2018, when they came to Isiolo, they started also talking to us about the policies, and that is the time also we developed regional management policy in Isiolo. Remember, that is the time even the counties were also running up and down without policies. They never knew how they can also intervene. As an organization, I work with Isiolo General, which is a community-based organization in Isiolo, where when we started, we wanted to make sure that inclusion of women is key in decision making. Because when we talk of climate change, women are the ones who contribute to climate change because they have to put food on the table. And where can they get food? They have to go to cut firewood, bring firewood, sell, and come back. They have to go to the forest, get the best tree. That if you can just cut one, you have a lot of money. And that is the one which they will be targeting. For us, we targeted women. And it was hard for women to believe that if they can live burning charcoal, life can never continue. We also saw the pollution of the environment at that time. And when the government started even banning the polluting papers, we started forming women groups because as Grace alone, I cannot go far. But if we bring women, we can reach other women at the grassroots level. And for us, our strategy of working is working with the grassroots women who never get the information. They know climate change, but what is climate change? They now know here climate justice. What is the difference between climate justice and climate change? And how can I contribute as a woman from the grassroots? Some of us usually talk of money. Where do we have money so that we can change? Hatuna pesa hatujapandiwa, but some things do not need funding. It just need knowledge. So we created awareness of climate change. Then we brought women together because you want to use the indigenous knowledge. We are an indigenous community. We used to preserve our environment. Now, then even passing knowledge from one generation to another, think our youth, not know now, even the indigenous tree, the indigenous medicine tree. So we had dialogue also with elders on the sacred trees. We used to have sacred trees, but if I'm not aware of the sacred tree, I think the big tree I saw in the forest, and I just used it for Chakobani was a sacred tree where maybe our people can also go when there is no rain, can pray there, and so that God can hear and then rain have. We get rain. We also use medicine. Our forefathers, our great-grandparents used medicine. I have my mother who is 109 years today, and she's still breathing. It's because she used food from the forest. We had food from the forest. We had even oil from the forest. But due to our actions, everything is now a history. We also, when we brought women together, we had also to use beads. In my community, beads are something which is very sacred, which is very good. And now it was something others even did not know how to use beads to make baskets, which will be very colorful when they sell. And if you have it, because we have just, our culture as Africans, we have just forgotten about our culture, what we used to have within our culture. If it is a bag, unaenda kwa duka unanunua bag, wewe uko mbele. But even we can use our locally available materials or what we are using, then we can change even the mind of somebody so that that person can just be working on something which is positive and which can contribute to prevention of environment. We also did we use groups to do tree planting, not only just tree planting, it is planting trees, the fruits, having each and every woman having a kitchen garden in our home. I remember in 1980s, in Isiolo County, we have 2 rivers. During rainy season, we used to go to town very early in the morning before the rain comes because the river will flood. But nowadays, it is seasonal. It is a story. I can tell my kids that this river, we used to sleep on the other side of the river. Now we also brought together the water users associations, water resource users association, to make sure that at the ecosystems, they have to preserve the ecosystems because to prevent evaporation of water. So we have just gone from women then to the many people who can also work on it. We are also taxing the county government because of the policies. As much as we talk of all these things, we need also to engage ourselves, especially women, to be at that decision making on the policies. Even if the factor helped us to formulate a policy, and it was part from the county, by the county government of Isiolo, implementation is a problem. Because we have put our ideas there, we have put them wanted to think that we can end climate change or we can do climate justice. But the policy has already been shared. So we need also our government, county government on trust to make sure that we have implemented the relevant management policy. And now we have practices of the CIDP, County Integrated Development Plan, which is now being discussed. We have already planned and made sure that women are strategically placed to make sure that they participate in the CIDP, the discussion about the CIDP, and when there is budget making process, we have to make sure that a lot of funds have been put to that document. Recently, we formed Isiolo Community Development Trust to make sure that we have secured finances as the Isiolo community, because sometimes we usually depend on organizations which come from out. When you get a proposal like Isiolo General Case as CBO, I don't have other partner who can partner with me so that we can access even the funds. And when we were doing our strategic plan, we used to know that our problem is conflict. And we were in a very big that conflict must be the first priority. But when we were just discussing and doing some sort of sampling to see that what is the real problem, we didn't even imagine as Isiolo community that the top list was climate change. Because climate change contributes to conflicts. Climate change contributes to drought. Climate change contributes even to gender-based violence, which we have already seen. So for us, we have formed that one, and we are developing the strategic plan for the liberalization. Yeah. Another one is we need also we have already started climate justice clubs in the schools so that we can also nurture our kids. That is the way we wanted to nurture our kids where they are, so that when their time comes, they are not new in this field. So I think that is what I can say. Maybe it was my request that we need also to bring the grassroots women for an exchange tour. Sometimes you might be talking, but you can talk from, maybe Zuma can talk from what she is, but if we bring people from Isiolo to Tanariba or to Kilifi, we can see how people, because it is also a change of livelihood from pastoralism to other sources of livelihood. Thank you for that.
And new proposals and activities you're doing down there. We appreciate your work. And I'll give David 5 minutes, David, then Pauline, before we open up for plenary.
Thank you very much. And as you've heard, my name is David Busene. I coordinate KBCJ Northern Region, which consists of the following counties: Nandi, Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia, West Pokot, Turkana, Elgeyo Marakwet, Bomet, Samburu, Kericho, and Baringo. So you're beginning already to get a picture of what I'm about to talk about.
When we were getting in here this morning, there was a documentary running. And these are some of the stories that we said. I'm grateful to Henry. Is Henry here? Henry. I think he's there. Henry, can you stand up? We want to recognize.
Is there?
Henry, that's a hero. We've been sharing our stories. I remember one that we did for Baringo. It appeared on Nation online and some newspaper in Uganda. And the documentary that was running, there was a statement that was made by the commentator, and I want to quote that when he said, the drought situation that we are witnessing in Uganda is record breaking. In other words, it's unprecedented. I mean, it has never gotten to this that's happening in Uganda. You saw the way the ground is cracked. You saw those women working for long distances. You saw the way they are struggling to get water from very deep holes. I mean, I cannot believe that. There's a lot that has been said about it. So we are thinking that in Lucana, we need to use our teams on the ground. They have a cultural event, they call it Tabong Lore. How many of you have attended that event? We want to use the teams on the ground to kind of influence the planners to give it a climate change theme, so that then we can, use it to actually sell this agenda and make the participants that will be going there to understand the kind of severe conditions that these guys are being subjected to. And all of us who will be attending that function can also offer solutions. And we can actually paint the picture that the world needs to know. Of course, I cannot tell you stories about Baringo. You've been reading this on the newspapers, you've been watching, you've heard about the flooding and displacements, which has been affecting two words, that is the Chinese word and what they call Mugitani. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing it rightly. Those lakes that have been swelling come from those two words. And then one of them on the other side, which is Lake Bogoria, is a warm water lake. And on the other side is a fresh water lake. And there was a time that those two lakes, because of the effects of climate change, were almost meeting. What do you think could happen when a warm water lake and a fresh water lake meet? Of course, the destruction would be unprecedented. You have heard of the Samaj public facilities. When we were documenting these stories, we met communities that were so fed up. There's a common statement these days they use in Kenya, enough is enough. I think they were getting to that point. If they have gone to court, you must have heard of that story. And I want to tell you that we support that. We support it because we want all the stakeholders to come together. We want to talk about these things standing here, the way we are discussing now. Until you get into the shoe of someone who is really having a problem, you may not really see it. And to make you see it, I think sometimes drastic measures need to be taken. You heard of the deforestation in Koimatek, Mojongoi forests, and Katimo, those who come from Baringo. The destruction there is terrible. There is also the landslides in Teges, the prolonged drought around Yati. Some of these problems and conflicts that we have been facing along Tiati and Baringo North and South and Turkana, to some extent, are caused by climate change. I know we've been accusing the cattle rustlers and that kind of thing, but there's a connection. And this is real. I mean, we need to be candid about these things and discuss. Someone has talked about the impact of climate change increasing gender-based violence. We have this. It's happening, and I want to speak to the academia here to carry out a research on this.
You know, it's serious because GBV in itself has been a problem that has been affecting some certain communities. But you can now imagine it's being compounded by climate change. It's terrible. So I'm happy that here we are currently having a discourse. We are talking about these issues openly, and we have had an opportunity during this time of the climate approach to talk about these issues. Let us not fear. It's the other belt, we are calling it the Gayo and West Pokot escarpment, that has been suffering a lot of mudslides and heavy rains that have caused untold destruction. You remember one incident where our cabinet minister had to go and come there when there was a mudslide in West Pokot that claimed lives from almost a location. How many of you had that? How many of you watched it? You like the scenes? You know, it destroyed the communication networks there. You know, people's livelihoods, almost like actually. The government did not document the actual numbers of people who died that incident. It's all caused by heavy rains. So there's a bit of wanton destruction of the trees along this escarpment, which is actually human influence. But of course, all that is caused by climate change because of heavy rains that have been pounding the place continuously. We are intending to have meetings along this escarpment, and we are going to have like one week events that we will talk about these things candidly, and we want to bring on board both the county governments and the national governments to talk about how we can offer solutions along that escarpment. We were even thinking of talking about exchange programs. Let us use the escarpment for trees. Let the people come and live, you know, on the land that the government must find out. Because really, we must save lives. I mean, we cannot be waiting for people to die so that we can come and offer solutions. So these are some of the issues that we are considering along the escarpment. You've heard of the Cherangani water tower. You know, this water tower, we have been hearing people year in and year out planting trees. We're asking ourselves, why are these trees not, you know, having an impact? What is happening? Of course, there is a bit of destruction, but I think we also care this because we go there, plant trees, and we just leave and go. This time around, we need to be intentional in what we're going to do. As we plant those trees, we want you to follow it up until it grows. Don't just leave it. Don't just plant and go. And we are trying to devise mechanisms of how to go about that. Thank you. And then there is the other Afro-based counties, that is Nandi, West Bishu, Kericho, and Gomez. And these counties have experienced a gradual change in climatic conditions over the past 3 decades, with rainfall becoming regular and predictable and not more frequent. As a result, the region's agricultural output is deteriorating. And we're talking about food security in this country. How are we going to secure that if we are having our food basket output deteriorating? There are crop diseases that were previously unheard of, which are now increasing. We have some tea farmers in the region who are now planning to uproot their tea plantations because they have been adversely affected by prolonged dry spells, hailstorms, frost, and crop diseases. And that was mentioned by our director. He comes from the region and he understands that. So let me just stop at that because I know there's a lot.
Thank you so much. And lastly, we have Pauline. Please tell us what's happening in the Western Kenya. And then actions, just 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Pauline. I'm the Regional Coordinator Western for KPCG. Speaking last, you risk repeating everything that has been said. Almost everything that I had is cross-cutting. The challenges are cross-cutting mostly. But before I talk, I want to recognize Christian from Busia. He's here with us. He does interventions in both Kenya and Uganda. He is the only certified vetiver practitioner in Western region. So Christian, karibu. Much has been said on the effects of climate change. And our interventions are mostly intentional as of now, because this is a problem that has been persistent. We have been trying, interventions have been made, but we still have nothing to report home. We still do not have good news. We are still crying and we are still complaining and we are still struggling to achieve our goals. So in Western, I'll speak to especially Busia as a county, being a border county between being a border to Uganda. We have a lot of challenges, and Busia is interesting because it's I call it a cocktail of dynamics, because we have people who depend on the cross-border trade living in Busia. We also have fishing communities in Busia. We have farming communities in Busia as well. So all these things are affected by climate change because, like David said, climate change causes conflict. And for the fishing communities, for example, in Lake Victoria, due to high temperatures that are caused by climate change, fish is forced to neglect or move from their habitats to deeper areas. And the conflict between Kenya and Uganda, right now, as we speak, I know of 2 people from Busia who are in Ugandan cells because they had gone to look for fish in deeper waters. So there is that conflict that is brought about by all this. We're having to look at sexual reproductive health interventions because of the flooding in Budalangi. Our girls are displaced from schools because these schools that are used as rescue centers or temporary habitats for people who have been displaced from their homes by the flooding in Budalangi. And Christian comes from Budalangi. And I can tell you for free that every time the rain seasons come, the long rain seasons come, we are worried. We start organizing ourselves and thinking people are told to move to higher grounds. So people are displaced. And I can tell you that once the floods have passed, livelihoods are lost. Even if, okay, lives are lost, yes, but also property, we have loss and damage that you cannot get back because some of a house you built and it's carried away by floods, you have to start from zero. Nothing is salvaged. So people are losing their livelihoods down there. And it is very, very easy to come to Nairobi and sit in a hotel like this and have these conversations. But I can tell you that down there, we do not have information management systems. People do not know, and we cannot intervene for what we do not know what we are intervening for. People are not aware that it is climate change that is causing all of these things. People do not have food, for example, and they still cannot create the relationship because of the relationship between them lacking food and climate change, because they have not been told. So my request to Pakja is this. While we are having these conversations here, let us also give a priority and focus to information management systems and how this information goes down. I know we are tasked but I'm just one person and I can only do so much. So the more we focus and prioritize on that, I think we will be getting our interventions from the right footing, because this is something we've been doing for a while. And the fact that up until now, we are still talking about the effects of climate change as we are in the tone that we are right now, it is
frustrating, really. It is frustrating. Another thing I want to talk about is policies and acts at grassroots levels. County governments, now most of them have climate change acts, but I can tell you for free, for lack of a better term, that is hot air. Because these acts are unimplementable. They were haphazardly written. People just came together, no participation, and they're not inclusive. Because in Busia, again, Teso, we have people who do sand harvesting, and it is causing a major challenge because it is exploitative. People are dying. They leave gaping manholes after they're done, and they just go. And these manholes collect water, and people die. And they destroy arable land. You cannot farm on that land. Nothing can be done. And then we start crying, saying we do not have food. I'm not very happy today, this morning. I'm sad because on Sunday 16th will be World Food Day. And I know counties are going to parade foods and say that this is the food we have, and they're going to have these indigenous displays. But is that the true representation of where we are right now? Is it so? Because as I sit here, statistically, Busia County is now facing 83% food poverty. That is how bad it is. And it is not even among the alarm or alert counties in Kenya. But we are facing 83% food poverty. So, as a people, I know Madam from Uganda said, we start by looking inwards. What can I do as a person? What can I influence in my community? And these are our interventions. At the moment, we are actually actively engaged in the formation of the third generation CIDP because we want to start influencing and advocating for climate financing from the county level, starting from the county level. And we are doing civic education to let the citizens know that this money, even if it's just the 2% that is mandatory for counties, we want to let people know that this money should be given and they should have a voice on where this money goes. Because again, because of the opaque nature of the way the counties operate in this country, that money will be allocated and nobody will know what it did, and nobody is there to follow it up because people do not know. So it is my plea that when we go back to our communities, let us treat climate change as it is a global problem, of course, but it is a global problem that requires community-based solutions. Because climate change effects are not felt equally. What I feel in Western is not the same thing that the coastal region feels when we talk about climate change. Another intervention is we are doing adapting the leaving no one behind criterion. So that we are now, just last week, we partnered with the senior citizens of Western, and we are trying to see how we can start restoration and afforestation interventions. Because again, in Busia County, people have privatized hills. Hills are private property. You cannot, and they are bare. You cannot plant trees on private land. And if you do, they put goats, they put cows, and they eat. Those trees will never grow. So we are working with them to ensure that these hills are addressed. That is one. Lastly, we are going to insist on going back to our traditional ways of the way we used to live. Because right now, the big term up here is nature-based solutions. But look at it from a very good angle, and you will see those nature-based solutions are actually what our traditional people used to do, what our forefathers used to do. So let us go back to our traditional, if it is people using firewood, we used to have rocket stoves, and they would save a lot of firewood. You use little firewood, but they're very efficient. So if we can go back to that, I think that would be a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thanks for sharing your stories from the Western region of this country. So I want to open up for the plenary session. Any other hand so that I just, okay. 1, 2, and any other, and 3, Lawrence. Who has the mic?
Yes, Weston.
Yes.
I'm Francis Nagara. I represent our organization as Kenya Environment Investment Management Association. So when I came in, there was a lady, I don't know whether she was presenting or introducing herself. I wrote a single statement about climate change, of which I'm trying at least to have some food or some knowledge about it. He said, climate change has made men run away from the houses. How can the climate change involve the blood? But for nothing has started me. Is lack of climate change. Lack of climate change. Kama unasema Kiswahili iko kukata Mombasa, ni nani wanakata? Ni wazee, ni vijana, ni wamama, lakini kama wamama wamechukua hatua gani? Submission. Tu kama hujasahau, madam, I want to congratulate you. Hiyo kitu nilikuwa nataka kuongea mambo ya culture. Kijana amesema hapa ati miti ukatwa, mara nyingi kuna moshi inasumbua watu. Are you aware that smoke is medicine? Are you aware? You are not aware of what you go up with. For number 2, you are speaking in English. You can't hear it for you. So you are never even talk to your grandfather who was a teacher 20 years, 30 years, 40 years ago. So how are you going to tell him about climate change?
That's one.
The last one. Nataka kuuliza hivi. Climate change is a nature balance. How to human activities. Nature never forgives. So don't think as we talk too much, nature is listening. Nature will come and claim its space without fear or contradiction. So, Madam, you're talking about and some of the things you mentioned that are trying to listen. Let's account government work. And if your account government authority are not working, I don't think that factor can come in. I don't think. So it's one way or the other. One with factor with the national government and the county government. But if we don't hear, those people down there cannot listen to you. Or else you find yourself in 7 feet down.
Thank you. I think 2 more questions as we demystify some of the things.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Daniel Mwoti from Center for Human Rights and Civic Education. We have several questions. Which one is what is the country doing to reduce the cost of energy? Because when we talk about the cost of energy, and if energy is cost the much it is, we have to cut down trees because we cannot afford gas. So, what is done to make sure that we stop doing borehole? Because I have heard she's talking about borehole. And if you look at when you do a borehole, you are also you are interfering with the groundwater. And then the area of collection, that is the aquifer, is reduced. That will affect the surface water, and trees start dying. So it means we are trying to create a problem, climate problem. The other thing is, what are we doing to protect the tree cover? Because when you talk about, okay, lava, the women, I could understand that, okay, sometimes when women are a lot, they will cause chaos to men because they are suffering, and men will run from love. It's a ordinary thing. So, what are we doing to reduce carbon dioxide? Because that's where we have a major problem. Those are my questions. And in fact, I would like to hear it from the analysts and also the other group in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give Adedita.
Thank you, Mama. I think I'll first talk with my brother who says the men are not running away. They are running away. Actually, we have documented this. I didn't come with a documentary. But in my country, here in Kenya, I don't know how long to talk about it. But in my country, which has experienced a lot of floods, documented, when the house floods, tomorrow you will not see him. Actually, it's true. They will go to the upper land and even get other women. So that's what it's a true story. Come to me, we shall talk a lunch time. I've told you more about how men are disappearing. Maybe they are coming to you. Number two, it's about somebody asked, are we on the same level? Country by country has its own challenges, and country by country has its own work things. But what we are trying to do is to strengthen our partnership, working relationships with government. You know, we used to think that as civil society we can do much, but money is with government. So we have to see how to work together with government. And you know, when it is food security, even those people in government lack the food because the money they get, because they have meager salary, they cannot afford portion. So we have to bring them on board and talk to them as we do our local-based activity. Another ministry which has come in our advocacy focus is Ministry of Lands. Of course, we say we are going to plant trees, but the question has been, on whose land are you planting the tree? On whose land? Because land is becoming a very critical issue here in Africa, it should also be one of the points to talk about. Land grabbing, people are taking public land to own them. And so what can we do is to plant first on our land, in your compound, around your plot of land. And then we see how we advocate for other people to plant. And even those who have owned private land, they are free to plant when the tree they want. So you can't say, I'm planting, plant medicinal tree. No, somebody would like to plant eucalyptus, which grows in your yard, cuts down and sells. It's about money. So that land, Ministry of Lands should also be brought on board. I don't know whether they are here, they were invited, because it's becoming a very, very critical issue, especially in our country. Then, actually, as you see countries here, as you see, it's in 45 countries. If you want to see advocacy at international level, it has been captured. I've never seen, I see you can, but when you see an organization that sends messages boldly internationally structured. And for us, what we do at our country level is to link the local global. So that is, but we send them information, but the boldness of Pavia leadership, I'm here to appreciate.
Thank you so much, Lawrence, for the response, especially on the issues of women. I'll take another round. I want them to respond. Oh, you want to respond? I'm taking another round.
see when you see gray men another on top of the country, but we are running with the public. Better from another man and from a woman. But you know, men are running the one thing out, they're running the way they're running the only one. Even in South Sudan, yes. I think the key cause is what's privilege is response for men. Nothing wrong. They are doing it.
But they are men.
However, like irresponsible there, but we still are men.
Yes.
And you see, one thing that causes the drama is the comfort zone that they have always occupied. Domestic responsibility. Whenever they see that they are out of that comfort zone, they disappear to look for universities. One, in the name of going to look for food and bring home, which at the end of the day, they don't bring. In the name of trying to look for solutions, which at the end of the day, they create problems. Because it's driving away from his own family, goes and gets another woman somewhere else, produces other children. It's a syndrome that we are living for. And I think that they could work on that kind of thing. Again, but we don't leave abandon the young ones to release those things that are really very, very critical. All men are responsible. They be charged and start fighting that much. Thank you.
Thank you for responding on our behalf. But also, you mentioned something about the burning of firewood in the households. I think there's a research. That kind of smoke is called short-lived climate pollutants, and a lot of research has been done where women and children who stay around the kitchen are actually affected by that kind of smoke. So there's already research. So we cannot say it's people living in Nairobi in the rural. It's actually a research. I want to give this team, then come back to you. I'll take more rounds, but let me give the respondents to say something quickly.
Let me give you a different version. Mzee wangu hapa. Acha nikupatie different version. Bali na vile yule ameeleza. In related to what I've just said. Nikasema, mama, bwana ameenda. Bwana bibi amebakia na watoto. Kazi zote ziko kwa mama. Aende Timboni, akabebe mawe 100. Katika mawe 100 ayatoe pale awe kwa malori. Analipa 500. Amekuja na pikipiki. 2 and 4, 50, 100 aside. Mia atabeba nyasi kwa sababu kuna mifugo yataka nyasi. Atabakia na 300. Mfuko wa unga ni 200, atabakiwa na 100. Baada ya kubeba ni mjamzito, ile mimba itatoka. Yule bwana akirudi mimba ilitoka. And as for the doctors, hilo chupa kukulia ile mimba imetoka. Ile mimba ikitoka, yule bwana hata ngojea miezi 6. The doctors normally say give it 1 year for the uterus to heal. Lakini bwana atarudi baada ya miezi 3 alete chakula kazi tena. Akifanya hivyo tena bibi imeenda Timboni. Akirudi kutoka Timboni mimba imetoka. Bwana atarudi aseme sasa nitakuweka hapa wewe na uletei watoto. Acha unatafuta bibi mwingine. And that is what is happening. Kwa bwana wanawacha bibi zao. Mbali na hiyo, na hii mifugo ni mingi yaingia. So this time ng'ombe zote, ngamia, sitakuja kukaa kwa shamba lako. Wewe umeenda. Ikifika usiku, mama utanipa ama hutanipa? Kama hutanipa nitakuua. Utafanyaje? Uampa. Ukishampa mimba. Wakija ni wanani? Hao wa Somali. Msomali wa wapi? Ndio sababu ndio watu.
I'm going to respond to, Ameto Kanji. He had asked a question about what are we doing to protect the tree cover. So,
we are employing a number in Western, I'll speak about Western, we are employing a number of strategies. One of them is we are using schools and we are not calling it planting trees, we are calling it growing trees. What we do is we do sequential programs with school. For example, we can decide from week 1 to week 9, we are doing a growing tree activity in one school. And what we will do is week 1, we will start with talking about the importance of forests. Week 2, the history of where we've been and where we are headed and where we are. Up to week 9, where we now put the seedlings or the trees in the soil. And then we have graduation systems where we are dealing with children in class either 5 or 6, so that by the time they get to class 8, they have grown this tree to a term that it is able to stand on it requires little or no follow-up. Another thing we are doing to curb this is we are fighting or we are doing civic education in partnership with the judiciary in Busia to sensitize on women's rights to land. Because the truth of the matter is that women are the ones who are now going to farms. And you tell a woman to plant a tree, they will tell you, I want to do that because it's my husband's land. If they come, they just cut it down as they want. So we are trying to, it is now a law that women can now inherit from their fathers. And the problem is that in our communities, women do not know that. You go to court, in fact, it's women who are going to court and saying, you are chair to kina ndugu zangu. So we are telling them, you also have a right, you can take the land and do as you wish with it, and we can use that as an entry to sensitize them and tell them to plant trees so that we can achieve something.
All right. So I'll say something on indigenous knowledge, and we all agree that it is very important to have indigenous knowledge, but at the same time we need to interrogate the indigenous knowledge that we use. For example, my old man here, with all due respect, said about Moshi Kuadawa, but now you can imagine the ripple effect of Patayo Moshi. We have trees being cut down, we have women walking long distances to get this firewood. We have a lot of ripple effects to get that firewood. So as much as we agree that we should embrace indigenous knowledge, but we should also interrogate the kind of indigenous knowledge that we use. Thank you so much.
Grace, 1 minute. Yeah, I respond on working with the county government. When you work alone or when you walk alone, going to the county government, seeking maybe interventions, the county government can never listen to you. Isiolo County, we have Isiolo County Civil Society Network, where we have brought all the civil society in Isiolo, women group, CBOs and NGOs, and even international NGOs together, and map it and every organization what is doing, and then task one organization to be the container. Because between 2013 to 2017, as civil society organizations we used to fight with the government. So even the county government, the civil society was a threat to the county government. But when we sat down and analyzed, one thing which opened our mind is that they went to Laikipia County, they copy-pasted the CIDT from Laikipia County so that they can be adopted in Isiolo County. Remember, the environment is not the same, the weather is not the same, and they even forgot to delete some names from Laikipia County. When we went back to see the document, that is now what made us see that this is our time to make sure that whatever we are doing in Isiolo, our voice is there. We have to make the document which looks like Isiolo and the issue of Isiolo is addressed. After that one, we have that director and management policy. We also passed the gender policy. And we were informed, as much as the organization were informed, we informed the grassroots people, put their voice there, to keep to contribute there. In this, the new government, we have already held 2 meetings. Next week, we have the 3rd meeting. We have already developed an action plan. We have also identified organizations who can also support. And the government also have already said that we can put this amount of money to that movement. Then we have already also mapped the sector working groups, if it is on gender, which organizations will be there, who will be the conveners. And we have also identified the experts, because as much as we can do the document, we need also to have the expert who can go through the document and then package it the way they should be.
Thank you, Grace. I want to respond 1 minute, David.
Thank you very much. I want to respond to this question. What is the country doing to reduce the cost of energy? It's a very difficult question. When the government came into office the other day, the first thing they did was to remove the subsidy. And what has happened? The energy cost or the petrol cost is going up. But my answer to this is going green. If you read the Vision 2032, you will find out that there are 21 geothermal sites that have been identified. And I think we have only exploited this or three. And the reason why this country would not have done that very fast is because of the cartels, and you know that. Now, I would maybe also request us here to advocate for this kind of approach. It's an advocacy area for civil society and for climate change related organizations. Because if we go out there and tell the government that we need geothermal sites to be exploited and we justify why that should be done, I don't think they will say no. Yeah, what did you say?
Thank you, David. I'll take 5 questions, the last one. And 1 question, please don't have to. 1, any other? 2, I'll just take 1 per table. 1, 2, maybe 3, who else? And 4. Last, just 1 question, eh? Okay, I can start with the lady. Then the gentleman, then the be brief and straight to the point, please.
Swali yangu ni kuhusu hivi. Sasa management National Soil Conservation Board na inapata pesa kila mwaka. Nafanya nini kwa hii mambo ya ukame?
For being straight, yeah, just briefly. Endelea tu tutakuletea mic.
Hello everyone, my name is Silas Maura. Of the youth. I represent youth with disability from our privilege. My question was communicating with youth with disability is a bit difficult as normal youth.
Be a microphone. Oh.
Saying I represent youth with disability, so communicating this message about climate action and them is a bit difficult. Many organizations come and help them with donations and such, but after time they forget because they use one routine. So how are we going to engage them so that they can climate change can become part of their routine? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I'll come to Meli. Director here, we do them.
Mine will be a compliment and a question at the same time. Especially Pauline and Chris are really about county governments. And I feel like we need to do more as civil society. I said in my speech that it will take civil society to be the watchdogs. And not in the bad picture. I mean, us as government, we have priorities. In courts, priorities in such a way that people look at road networks, people look at water projects, not because of really empowering a needed person, but because of what? Because they want to look like they are doing something. So unless you come to the table, somebody say you can either be a man of discussion yourself if you are away from the table. So I like your approach where you really go and pester, not at the doors of county government officials. Be there, that is your right. And if one will be saying justice at the roadside, what of the one and the I mean, for mess. So that is our welcome idea. So I am asking, what is Facture doing and the other KPCGs in other regions to engage county governments? Is there a real roadmap of, especially the third generation CIDP? It's been done in all counties in Kenya. What is the plan, the roadmap of Facture and KPCG on the same?
Thank you, Meli. There was a question, Kawira.
Kawira, mine is not just a question. I wanted to respond on the smoke. In the earlier times, not every firewood was cooking. There were specific trees which were used for firewood. But now, because of deforestation and all these other things, everything is being used for firewood. And even the plastics. I have seen people cooking even with plastics. I think that is what the problem is. Also, I want to talk about the kitchen. If there's a place where there's a lot of progress, it's in the kitchen. And now because of KPCG, and even me and other women in this house and boys we are in, can we come up and come up with a project which will suit Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania and solve the issue of firewood? Because there's one tree which people are talking about and you're not using it, the bamboo. The bamboo can restore ecosystem, the rivers. Also, we can have briquettes because it grows very fast. We can plant it in the streams of waters and the rivers. And the same presenter, the young women and men will get employment. Also, they have an interest rate on briquettes. Can we adapt bamboo to restore our ecosystem to consume the carbon sink? And also for our domestic use as firewood, because I think even the young guys, the technocrats, they can make this briquette type that they do not have smoke. And then you avoid these gases, charcoals, and these other toxic things you are using. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kawira. I think, most of the questions were more of comments, except the first question, the role of NDMA. I think we can have discussion, or you had one. Make it brief, please.
It's just a comment. I just want to react to the response by the director. I don't want to introduce myself. My name is Jogo Barua. It's my first time in these meetings. And that's why I'm trying to keep quiet and see, learn how you do your work. So for next time, I will engage. I got the assertion from the director that counties have priorities in their work. And I think to me, it struck me and hit me very seriously, because if environment is not a priority, and it means that Facture and other allied associations should take this treatment very seriously and engage county governments to ensure that the priorities climate change and environment. Because they may not exist if the climate is damaged. And after all, in the county allocation, I'm aware there's a percentage that is used, is supposed to be used for environment, it is never used and is never accounted for. So that's one of the spaces that we must go and talk to the guys who are governing our counties. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Barua. I think I agree with you more, but I know, just picking up from here, the answer, Director Meli, I know there are a number of counties who are working well in society. I think we need to give credit to that. There are very many counties who are working well with the civil society, and they've also invested in climate change. I think there are only a few, but I think I think the issue is we need to work more with the county government. There are many opportunities, and like you said, if you're not on the table, then you're the subject of the talk. Then the other thing was on APFA. I think we can have that discussion outside here, and I want to believe you wanted to talk about response on issues of disasters. It's another discussion, but I mean, let me just give to Brian because the question was directed to you as we close on what the young. Yes.
All right. Silas asked about engaging people living with disabilities. And you know, the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG number 17 talks about partnership and inclusivity. And I think that we can anchor it from there. What we just need to do is find creative means we can engage those people, because I know there are things they like to do. There are things that maybe if we engage them, they won't forget. We should just map out those activities that maybe they are so good in, and find creative ways that we can also incorporate these climate change messages so that they can understand. Another thing, I know we have institutions that deal with people living with disability, like the APK, and it is good also that we institutionalize these policies in those institutions so that it is mandatory. I know we have a law that we have to have representatives of people living with disability in every engagement. But then maybe at discourse like this, if we just have one representative, it doesn't help. So maybe we should also start focusing in capacity building these people so that they really know what is happening in their surrounding, and that way they'll be unable to forget. Because if it's an experience you've gone through and you've been told this is what is happening, then it becomes hard for you to forget. So first of all, we need to find ways where we capacity build people living with disability, and also find creative ways that we can incorporate these messages so that it can reach to them. And also, I know they have some funds from the government and things like this. So it's all about having policies and institutionalizing these policies so that it is something in the law and it is something that we can follow. So I think if we are creative, like we said, the young people who are uninterested, but we find creative ways to involve them. So the same thing, if we can find just creative ways to share these messages. And also, if you watch our news nowadays, you will find that there's someone doing sign language or things like those. So I think discussions like this, Madam Ann, sorry, going forward, I think it is also good that we can incorporate the sign language teachers so that they can also follow whatever is happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Let me give it to Witness and Bessa. I want to close. So 1 minute, 1 minute.
Maybe just to add on what he has just said, I wanted to maybe also inform him that the mother organization for people with disability is NCPD, National Council for Persons with Disability. That's the body which I believe we can organize through PAGJA, bring members from the different countries, so that at least we can now create awareness from that angle, because we have the blind, we have the deaf, we have the physical handicap, and the mentally retarded people. All these people need this knowledge. I can remember when Corona came, these people with disability were not aware. You can imagine what really happened. I just want to narrate a small history what happened. Likoni Ferry. Imagine Likoni Ferry, watu wameambiwa waende nyumbani. Na hao ni mabubu wanauza pale posta. Wanaambiwa go home. Why? Why go home? They were beaten. Wakapigwa. We don't know why they were beaten. So when I had a message, I just took my phone and signed, please go home. Listen, you're already home. So communication is very important. And that is why, as we say, we knew earlier here would have a sign language interpreter, would be interpreting, talking about climate change and weather for them to get information in their home.
Thank you. That's
I want just to respond on CIDP. CIDP is a 5-year county action plan that whatever they want to do in the next 5 years is plugged inside there, so that they can also now get the annual development plan through what they have already done. Also working with the county government, it's not a work in the park.
cannot just go and then they accept you, because they have to know also the angle you are coming in. Are you coming to destroy or are you coming to build? In our civil society strategic plan, the Isiolo Community Development Trust Plan, Action Plan, we want to, because we have already started ours, we wanted to align to the next action plan of the county government so that there will be collaboration and there will be networking with the county government. Because last time, we were just questioning the government, what have you done, but we came to know that there were gaps. These people who are employed there, they are people who are just politically rewarded. They don't have that qualification. So we have also decided even to go to the county assembly, because these policies must go to the county assembly. So we need to get a buy-in from the county assembly so that they cannot just take it as something normal. They have to make it serious so that they can pass it within a lifespan of time. Thank you
so much, Grace. So, and thank you, panelists, for sharing your experience. You can go back to your seats. We want to break for lunch. And as we break for lunch, we have our team from the Secretariat led by Figures outside. She'll be the one managing the live session. So please cooperate. Let's give priorities to visitors who are invited, who came from outside. So please pick your meal cards as you head outside. Thank you. Have a good lunch. Let's meet here at 2:30. The lunch will be served at the food and restaurants. It will be directed.
Where is lunch for the online participants?
Ngelima ni kama mbeleni nilikuwa nimelima mahindi na watu walikuwa wananienda ukanieleza wakaniambia ya kwamba mtama iko mazao mengi kuliko mahindi. Wakati nilifanya hiyo nilienda nikapanda hiyo mtama, nilipanda mtama nikapata faida mingi. Utalima mwaka jana kapata dunia mingi kuliko vile nilikuwa nimepata. Nishukuru sana kusaidia hizi mbele sana wana soko. Nilikuwa tunalima mbeleni, tulikuwa tunaruhusia kazi wanakuja kuingia kwa pesa ndogo. Hivi sasa hivi ndio ya kwamba tutaliziwa kwa pesa mingi. Alafu sasa ndio tunaangalia hiyo zaidi. Hata ningeomba hao watu wa hii mtama ni chakula na tengeneza uji na tengeneza kama chakula inayotumiwa na watu, hata ni chakula ya ng'ombe, hata wakati tunafanya hii mavuno hii majani mengine liwa na ng'ombe natumia hata kutengeneza mbolea, hata ikiweka kwa saba inatumia kusuka udongo ili isiende na maji. Sasa inasaidia kwa jamii sana. Naona
sana sana kusaidia sana wewe kusaidia ndio vitu vingine
as I also participated in establishing. Welcome, Joseph. Thank you. Tanzania Forum CC, I think we have Forum CC in the room. Forum CC Tanzania, our seat as well. Then Rwanda, I think Austin. Who is speaking from Rwanda? Austin Kulingo. I saw him around. Make sure that you get into the room. Then, yeah, basically we have Burundi, Uganda, South Sudan. I think we had someone from South Sudan, I must say, yes. Then Ethiopia, Tanzania, Rwanda. Austin Kulingo. Yeah, so I think we can start with the first message. Just sharing your experiences. So, how you consolidating your voices from your own individual countries and networks to one of themselves from a Islamic Church perspective. I think I'll start from Tanzania. Forum CC, a network that has been operational for several years. Actually, a very strong civil society network in Tanzania, but you can just speak briefly about Forum CC. You can introduce your network or your national platform just briefly before you also speak about how you do your mobilization towards COP27. So let's start with Tanzania. Then we have South Sudan. Then Uganda is that one.
Asante, Dr. Tafanya Kiswanglish, Swahili and English. So, Kiswanglish. My name is Tololo Ondeti, working with the Forum on Climate Change. In Tanzania, we are a network of member organizations. We have 70 members in the country, almost 20 regions of the country. So we have been working on climate change for quite a number of years. And we're one of the active members of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. So Tanzania, like other countries in the region, is affected with climate change. Talking about, for example, the sectors which are very important for the nation economy, like agriculture. More than 65% of the population is going to agriculture. And 95% of those employed in that sector are smallholder farmers. So the sector is affected very much. It's very sensitive to climate change, affecting the communities from households, the nation economy. So again, have more than 15 million people living along the coast. And these are the people who are more affected by the sea level rise. There is a lot of farming land which is now changing to the people are harvesting salt and people growing crops. The coastal communities are moving from their areas to unknown destinations. So we have some migration in the country and other issues of the same. But to make sure that we are bringing a lot of actors in the climate change actions, we are trying to bring in different actors, especially the humanitarian organization. Who we are trying to make sure that they understand about the impact of climate change and how to integrate the issues of climate change in their strategies and projects. But also we started partnership with the Law School of Tanzania to make sure that we have lawyers understanding climate change, to make sure that they present it like a human rights thing, how the legal aspects should be anchored in the climate narrative to make sure that we tell it like a human rights issue. But again, we are working with youth in a different way because traditionally, when we talk about youth, we hear people from universities, the privileged one. So we are focusing the youth who are coming from the rural areas, those who are affected with the impact of climate change directly, to make sure that their voices are heard. But again, heading to the, as part of our pre-COP activities, we are organizing 2 climate change symposiums. And in this symposium, we expect to have different side events of which the communities from the grassroots, the smallholder farmers, pastoralists, women, youth will have a space to present the challenge they are facing according to the impact of climate change. So we are not going to speak on behalf of them. We are going to give them space to give out what they are facing in relation to the effect of the climate change, their livelihood. So the symposium will bring a lot of more than 200 people from different organizations, including those the humanitarian and human rights defenders and the government. But another symposium will follow after this one would be a kind of high level. It will include the development partners and NGOs and the country delegate to the COP27, at least to hear what we have as CSOs, especially the information from the local community. So that's what we are doing right now, trying to mobilize people. And we are making use of the CRP, the community resource person, to sensitize the population from the grassroots. How are they responsible also to raise voices when we talk about climate change? But more importantly, we have an online TV of which we are using to make sure that we communicate climate change to split the understanding of different audience out there, instead of communicating like an elite kind of topic, but to make sure it is understood to each and everyone, especially the vulnerable.
Thanks a lot, Solomon. I think that's quite on point. And great mentioning the agricultural sector. I think it's a sector that's very critical for many African countries. I think the agricultural sector provides actually 60% of the jobs within the African continent. And if we are to address the climate crisis, then we must find a way of how to have a turnaround in the agricultural sector. But we find that in the climate change negotiations that agriculture basically features in one of the work programs. It's not very explicit in the main streams of negotiations, but we need to see then how do we impact that discussion within the different streams. Good to hear that you're also giving local communities the space. You're not just speaking on their behalf, but giving them the space. And also the different tools that you're using, the online TV and the rest in communicating, and also ensuring that you engage the public as much as possible. South Sudan, how are you consolidating your voices at the national level and also engaging the civil society then towards COP27?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, I know the digestion is taking place, so we might be a little bit lazy up there. But I am actually here for grievances for South Sudan. I don't know how many people have been to South Sudan in the last 2 years, especially 2020 and 2021. Have we had anyone in Juba or in South Sudan? All right, we have. I think we can all attest that South Sudan was the most affected country by floods. Right? And we all saw it online how bad it was. It was extremely bad. Women were displaced. Okay, let's say family. But in those families, we would not see the faces of men. We would see the faces of women and children being displaced. That is a current crisis in South Sudan. And that water is not going anywhere anytime soon. Our rain patterns has totally changed. And that brings in the question of what happens to agriculture. Naturalists, as much as it has been said that they are the next billionaires, they're so confused on what time to plant and what time to harvest. Probably they're planting at a very wrong time, and by the time they harvest, it has already been destroyed by pests and disease and stuff like that. So my country is facing threats of food insecurity, or we are already in droughts and famine and all of that. When I connected to climate change did not bring itself. I would like to believe it was a human's greed and apathy that actually brought it. And I don't know if I will offend East Africa community, but I feel like we've really neglected South Sudan in terms of climate. We've really neglected South Sudan. I mean, Rwanda is really doing good. Now Kenya is doing extra good too. And Tanzania is doing good. But what happens to South Sudan? When we talk about all this flood, are you guys happy that we come to your countries as refugees? Is that a good image on the African continent itself? It's not. So when it comes to consolidating our voices, we've tried to put together women groups, university students, and expertise to speak about climate change in South Sudan and what they should actually lobby for the international community. And it's not even the international community. When I come here and sit here and talk to the East Africa community, what do I want? What kind of help do I want for South Sudan? It starts with as simple as a sibling. We are lacking funding. And funding necessarily doesn't mean it's money. It could be donate to us fruit trees, donate to us any other kind of trees that maybe in 5 years we have 1 million trees in the country and we could start changing our patterns and maybe we could be successful in terms of food security, just like all of you are producing food for yourselves. So what I'm saying is South Sudan is in need of funding when it comes to combating climate change. And I am really hoping that East Africa community is going to include South Sudan in any kind of decision making as a young country. Thank you.
Thanks, National Coordinator South Sudan. I just have a follow-up question. I think the engagement within the East African community is very important, and also the solidarity that the countries within the East African region should show countries like South Sudan in announcing climate action. But as part of the mobilization that you're having with the women groups and also the young people, how effective is it in engaging at the national level, the government at the national level? Does the government take climate change seriously? Where are the gaps, and are you making any strides in ensuring that at least you influence the government?
If I was to answer that in a very honest way, like putting myself in a government position, I will tell you that South Sudan has bigger issues than climate change. That is how we think about it. But at the end of the day, if we do not have food, and okay, someone said earlier on, all of this at the end of the day, a normal person, or not a normal person, someone that is not informed or made aware of climate change will not exactly connect it to climate change. So yes, there are those voices, there are those meetings that are done every other time, but I wouldn't tell you as an advocate for climate change that someone up there is exactly listening, because just the other day we had funding for 100 million that should cater for 100 million trees for the next 5 years. That is a project that was launched by His Excellency in the country. Unfortunately, the floods hit a few months later and nothing has been done. I am telling you, by the time something is being done, that money will probably remain 5% of the entire funding, right? Because as it comes down, someone cuts, someone cuts, someone cuts until it comes down. So that is another voice. If someone is actually taking money that belongs to climate change, it means that they're not listening or they're not taking importance of how this is actually important.
Thanks. I think that also speaks to the essence of consolidating the information of those and done, because I think within the East African region and even the African region, there are cases in Sudan, Mozambique, and even South Sudan, even in Kenya, of floods and even droughts,
we're talking about loss and damage, but when you ask many countries, there's no data that you can actually present to the international community trying to say that we need this amount of funding for loss and damage because of ABCD. I think we really also need to see whether those cases can also feed into the policy space. I think the engagement within the regional integration blocks is quite important. I think also the strengthening the civil society movements at the national level will be key in engaging the government and also speaking within the X. So Ethiopia, yourself, could you share the case from CC?
Yeah, thank you, Robert. My name is Joseph from Consortium for Climate Change in Ethiopia, program coordinator. So let me share something about the CC in short. We are the network of more than 40 organizations who are working on the environment and climate change issues, and especially the secretariats have we focus on the advocacy and some climate diplomacy and also the in general the software parts of the climate change and related issues. So what is the COP27 Robert? We are doing three major things right now since the African Climate Week. Well, the first one is we will have the meeting with stakeholders, especially with the young digital environmentalists and also young negotiators for climate change, especially who have been engaged in the Ankara University students from the environment and geography department. So we have a stakeholder consultation and a meeting with the young digital environment and the young university students. The other ones we are being focused on the media sports research since August 2022 till to November, end of November 22. We will have different sport research transmitting via a very famous broadcasting station. Approximately they are reaching almost 80% of the geographical location of Ethiopia. So by the way, we have a very good relationship with media house. When I say media house, we have the print media and the broadcast media and the new one, the social media. We have a very good relationship with the media, so we have been preparing for messages about the climate change, especially the climate change issues and some concerns by indicating to the policy matters. So we develop a message and aim for the consecutive 3 or 4 months till to November 2022 by focusing the climate change and advocacy, because as an African, we are focusing on the 4 thematic issues when we go towards COP27. The first one is adaptation, the other one is mitigation part, and the third one, as Robert mentioned, climate finance, and the fourth one, and that we discuss the loss and damage part. So directly or indirectly, our sport messages or workshops are focusing on the thematic areas. The other one, where we will have also next week around 20 October, we will have also the pre-COP27 national consultation workshop to strengthen the Ethiopian CSO's active engagement in the effective implementation of Paris Agreement and for active participation of the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh at the COP27 for Sharm el-Sheikh. So we are preparing that one with the partnership of the Embassy of Netherlands. So we expect more than 80 participants from the academia, from the government sector, and from the civil societies and from the policymakers. The other one, in short, we will have also special pre-COP27 for media houses, consultative workshop for media house. One what we are identifying is the media. We have to capacitate the media. When I say the media, I already mentioned to the broadcast, the print, and the social media. We have a very excellent relationship with the Ethiopian media, so we'll have a full day consultation workshop about the YNFCC, the climate change process, and especially the climate justice issue by focusing by having one voice for our one continent by the spirit of Africanism. That's it.
Yeah, thanks, Joseph, for sharing the case for Ethiopia, and I think the privileges towards COP27 are quite important, and also the engagement with the media. Just one follow-up question in terms of consolidating the country's position towards the COP. How is the government open to civil society in terms of ensuring that you contribute to the national country position towards the COP? Are you invited, or how does that go? Because for the case of Kenya, we have like civil society organizations engaging in the process, and even being part of the government delegation to the COP. So you have an opportunity to actually like even ensure that civil society issues are in that country position. What is the case for Ethiopia?
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Very key questions. Unfortunately, for the last 5 or 6 years, there is instability on the climate change and environment sector in Ethiopia. So every year, especially the climate change and environment issues taken from the Ministry of Forest and Environment, and then that institution changed almost 5 times in the last consecutive 5 years. And unfortunately, this week we hear the informal information, some part of the climate change and the environment issues taken from the EPA to another ministry. So there is instability on that sector. So it's very hard to contact, and it's very hard to get some influential policymakers to discuss with us. But as a CCE, we are trying to build a very good relationship with some experts and government officials from the Prime Minister's office and from the Environment Protection Authority, and also from the Ministry of Agriculture, and plus Ministry of Planning and from the Ministry of Planning. So still they are late, and I hear that they will have a meeting also next week to show the position of the Ethiopian government in the case of the COP27, the climate issue. We hope we are the one only, and as you know, Robert, over the last 8 years, we are very active in that engagement. So we hope they will invite us and will reflect our position. Whether they invite or not, we already invite some of the October 20, the COP27 consultative workshop, and will reflect and will give them our Ethiopian civil society's position.
Thanks, Joseph. Wolfgang, what is the case for Rwanda?
Thank you, Robert. I think I will start by providing some statistics. We'll be talking about loss and benefits, and we may lack statistics. Push our head and it's an issue. I will put the statistics for the year 2018 as given by the Ministry of Emergency Management. And in that single year alone, Rwanda registered 254 deaths because of climate change hazards, 346 injuries, 15,910 houses were damaged, 37 hectares of land, crops, were washed off or flooded. 815 livestock lost, 73 current schools destroyed, 3 health centers destroyed, 32 roads scrambled, The seventh chart is God. The four bridges of wherever administrative officers were destroyed as well. One water supply unit, and then transmission lines. So I am trying to show you so that you understand. It's small company. How the impact of the state can really be devastating. And this shows that we can have a lot of workers in this, especially in terms of convincing governments, negotiate hard on most of them. Because this is where our people are battling. In terms of what RCCDM and the chapters in Rwanda, I want to point first of all with analyzing the places, because we are an advocacy network. We are composed of 66 local NGOs, actually growing because there are about 71 applying that makes it taken in December when the General Assembly sits. And all the local NGOs work on development and creation. Our entry point was analyzing the projects, finding out the access that they really have in this and how environmental climate change policy is mainstream within the other policies that are linked. And the area of board was the actual board of the national policy we are linking to environmental change. We did advocacy on that, starting with the agriculture policy. We analyzed and demonstrated the gaps that we are there in. And then we went to the mining policy to the reform. And at the end of the day, it was taken up by the Prime Minister because the issues were actually beyond one ministry. Then as I see that all the negotiations, at the end of the day, the big part is in the national determined contribution. So we analyzed our national determined contributions and tried to find how we really improve the ministry concerned in terms of their implementation. Sometimes we've got good policies, good strategies that are written, that's not one. One has such a nice strategy when it comes to bring growth and move it within the system. Well, trying to demonstrate how one gets the low carbon emissions. But its implementation is supposed to distribute the emissions, which emissions are not known. I mean, slides are attended by demonstrating that in the national panel where this thing takes place. Sometimes they don't know what is taking place. When you ask them about the emissions and you ask the commission that is supposed to be looking at your find that they don't know. So we back on awareness raising. What's to our members, through the parliament, but also to the government institutions, and advocated for the national income contribution to the mainstream, both in the mainstream strategic plans, but also at the level to the so we are waiting to see how actually the negotiations will be that so that the whole balance can be seen on the engagement of the civil society part, but equally from the government. All the number of benefits from one is not benefits compared to what I see from the benefits. But also trying to engage the national divisions. Sure that we take a comment. And we have a meeting that we are organizing on the 18th of this month that will be backward looking into the results of the comprehensive, but also trying to look at what we are doing to cope with the summit. That will bring together government issues, society, academia, the private sector, special banks, and also the media and government partners internationally. I think in short, what I mean.
Yeah, thanks a lot for hosting and great sharing the data. I think that's quite, that speaks a lot, especially on the losses that we are having with respect to climate change. But I will just have one follow-up question, but also you can come to it later. Based on the kind of losses that are being experienced, do you have data in terms of how much is Rwanda, for example, using for climate change adaptation or responding to the issues of loss and damage? But I think the aspect of the analysis of policies and also civil society engagement in policy influence is quite important, and I think that's also cut across in many African countries. Of course, we have some policies that are quite weak with respect to climate change. But I think what you say is very important, especially on the implementation. And I think as civil society, we need to be critical to our governments, because we have this tendency of governments being very fast with the development of climate change policies, plans, and programs. And in Africa, we normally say that we have the best policies in responding to some of these issues. But implementation is always a challenge. In Kenya, we have a climate change law, and that I would say that a big percentage of it we have not implemented, especially in ensuring that the different institutions established under the law are functional. And I think it's a challenge. We as a civil society, we need to ensure that we enhance the implementation of these policies, plans, and programs. The other aspect is also the budgeting at the national level with respect to climate. And I think many governments don't find climate change. I don't know whether they don't find or it's the understanding, because like you say, the linkage between climate change and our parliamentarians' approaches is another issue altogether. Honorable he was a former MP and very passionate about environment. I think during his tenure, we were able to convene members of parliament and they pushed policies, plans, and programs. So actually, the climate change law that we have at the Kenyan level was passed during Honorable time. But we continuously elect parliamentarians without having to look at the clarity of their manifestos with respect to climate change, and even that engagement of them understanding what they need to do on climate change. But I think it's also that aspect of unpacking the climate change from a development perspective, because a politician at the local level would see a road at his own community, because that gives him votes. He wants to see water points because the community will be able to notice that at least the parliamentarian is working on something. And all these things have a climate change component. If we are able to unpack these things and connect them to having a political economy, or now politicians also understand these things from the perspective of development, can help us in ensuring that we have a buy-in from them. But I think it's a continuous process. Maybe possibly you respond to the issues of data later, but let me invite Burundi just to have the next 3-4 minutes on their case. Then lastly, Uganda, then we'll have a plenary. Just make sure that you note your questions and also your inputs. For now, we can enhance collaborations, we can enhance and consolidate our key issues within the region towards COP27 and even engagement at the national level.
Burundi, I can say, is different from other countries because most of the people, they are not aware about climate change. So now what we are doing, we are trying to making the awareness among the population, because due to the history of the country, I can say that climate change is not really prioritized. So we are at
the first steps. The challenges, the main challenges that we are facing as the whole country use coal to cook. Coal, I don't know if I pronounce it correct. Okay. So there we have a problem of deforestation, and we are trying to mobilize people for trees to plant trees, and but also there is another big issue regarding plastics. Actually, it's like in Burundi, when someone uses a bottle, they throw it everywhere, either in a city or in countryside. Wherever you go, at every meter, you will find plastic. So we are trying to mobilize to educate people to use the dustbin or those to throw the bottles where it is dustbin. We focus more on young people in order to change their mind and try to teach them the importance of having a green city and where we will be in good conditions. The other issue is sand extraction, as the sand that is used to build. Actually, people who do that, they extract sand from the rivers, and when rain comes, it spreads in the city and destroy houses, and so since many years we lost many people. When it is rain season, many people die and others have to relocate. Those are the main issues. Regarding the government action, when we are trying to look at the government plan, there is important point, but as you just said, the implementation is another issue. We are trying also to approach the authorities and trying to mobilize them to implement the just policies regarding those issues. I can say where we have been working, we see change. Many people now begin to change their mind with time. It will be okay. Many people in Burundi, they don't know about COP. When you say to someone, you ask about COP, they don't know about it. So we are at the 27 years, but it's a big problem. So I can say that we have a much to do in order to make awareness among the population in Burundi. And
And as many young people are students, and it is easy for them to change.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Patrick, for sharing such case from Burundi. And I think, as you can see, that is actually another very different context, also based on the engagement at the national level. And I think it's good that we have young people now engaging on environmental sustainability and also the climate change aspect. And even for the colleagues in the room, this speaks to the kind of consultation that PAC is having within the various countries. Because the context in different African countries differ. There are some countries that are quite ahead in terms of climate action. That also depends on the civil society within those particular countries. Of course, in those countries like Burundi and other countries that PAC just has been establishing national platforms and also enhancing engagement of civil society in the past few years, I think there is tremendous growth of the national platform. If you are from the consortium for climate change in Ethiopia, I think they have worked several years them to the same in Rwanda, different case in South Sudan, also based on the key priority issues in those countries like issues to do with peace and security. But I think we can always find linkages between climate change and issues to do with peace and security. How, for example, Burundi could enhance engagement in even policy issues. And I think you mentioned the whole process. I think you can start more, especially in raising awareness on climate change first, from the basics, and how the policy process is interlinked at the national level and also the international level, how the government is engaging and how it should engage. Of course, I know one negotiator from Burundi, I think she's patience in the climate change negotiation. You might find suitable to link up with that, because she can help, especially in trying to convene some of these meetings and trying to explain even to the public what they are doing at the climate change negotiation process and how that links to the national process. But I think great efforts. I think at least you're moving. There is space to even strengthen, bring more civil society into that particular space, and also ensure that we continue strengthening that movement in Burundi. Thank you very much. So the last case, last but not least, our neighboring country, Uganda. Could you share your case, please?
Thank you very much, Robert. Robert is one of the people who have made back to Uganda grow. Actually, Uganda is growing the way he came when he was a young boy. Now I was wondered when I found him with a beard, said, are you the one? Says that I was. But also the thing has grown us with the factory government, because he had not so many. But Uganda was moving at a very, very fast speed until 2020 during the COVID. And then later on 2021 during the elections. And those things affected Uganda so much, especially the elections made the civic space very small because the donors were all frozen. So there was no money. That one affected us so much. But it also came with other challenges, like my vice chairperson, Dr. Magame, died of COVID, I think you knew. And during elections, our treasurer, Christine Kaya, became an MP. So it was both an advantage to us, but we also lost. So when Christine Kaya became an MP, because she was part of PACJA, and she knew a lot about environment and climate, she's now the shadow minister for environment and climate in the parliament. So that one has created us an avenue. Thank you, Sylvia, for grappling. Despite the challenges we got, it created an avenue for us this year to know what is happening in the parliament on the fingertips. Because everything that happens, we are informed and we're trying to see how to move on. Then from the ministry part of view, we have also a focal point, two focal points. One is Bachika, who joined the climate change department. So in that area, they inform us about the NDC, and we also they write to us to tell our stories, what we are doing in terms of implementing of the NDC. And we also have a young digital activist, who is also based in the climate change department, on top of the other young digital activists who treat from budget. So despite those challenges and advantages, we also had built a team of women champions before the challenges, who come from the different organizations. You know, Uganda has a number of climate change organizations. So we had identified key women whom we had been moving with as climate change champions, such that when there are gender issues, they're the ones who give us information, whom we work with. We have also strengthened our partnerships after those challenges. We realized that we cannot move as structure. Pan Uganda came to us, we also went to them. Initially, there was a big line. So we are now working closely with Pan Uganda. We are working with ECO, and we are working with cultural institutions, especially Uganda Kingdom, and also religious institutions. But as Pagia office, we decided to come down, to go local. In 2021, when we were given funding from Pagia here for the course, we decided to work with the district levels. So we worked with 3 districts, that is Jinja, Wakiso, and Kampala. And we decided to document, propel voices through radios and TV, but also we decided to do tree planting. So the districts gave us spaces in their public land to plant trees. This year we went back to monitor how far they had grown. We have photos and documentaries and evidences. And this year we have another activity on 19th of this month when I go back, whereby we are going to do the same to follow up. And here we mobilize communities around, youth, women, political leadership. We have the mayor who is helping us to profile the mayors, helping us to take up the activities with them. And they also be going to give us statements from the point of view of the communities of how they view climate change and what they would like to take to the COP, because they are not going to be there. So we have, together with them, they have prepared the statements which they are going to present to the press statements on 19th, and which we hope to give to climate change department, because they are now preparing their own paper as ministry, so that our voices can be taken up. But one of the big challenges is that, unlike my friend from Rwanda, we haven't taken enough research to have evidence-based advocacy, which is gender disaggregated. As I told you, there was no funding for the donors have just been, our political space, they have just been released. That's giving out some money. So in case we do, we would like to undertake research to generate gender disaggregated data, because as I told you in the morning, we've had a lot of challenges in the Northeast Karamoja region, Eastern Valley region, and Kasese region, but there's no real evidence. Even government doesn't have that thing. So that is one of the activities that we would like to do when we access funds. I think that is mainly us, as Uganda.
Yeah, thanks, Florence, and thanks for hearing the linkages between civil society and appearances in Parliament. I think that's a great lesson, because as civil society, it will not bear influence what we say. I think engaging parliamentarians and even having champions that you can work with in Parliament and even within government is quite important in ensuring that your issue will also feature into the policy space. I think, like when Kenya was developing the climate change law, I think we had a champion
with some of the MPs like Willie Montiklo and the Honorable MP, and you could actually convene them and also ensure that you also hear your issues on the act. I think the aspect of evidence-based research is quite important, and where the climate change conversation is at the moment, you will not make sense if you do not back up your advocacy with data, because we're talking about figures at the international level on delivery of a climate finance mechanism that is responsive for the climate change vulnerabilities within our African countries. And if, for example, we don't speak about the economic losses and to what amount, then it will not make sense within the policy space. So I think that's quite important. Great to hear that Bakika is now within government, the civil side, and I think that's quite important in ensuring that at least we engage because he understands what civil society wants in the climate change conversation. But I think the other thing that has been mentioned by the various panelists, the aspect of the NDCs. The mechanism with which we implement the Paris Agreement through our national determined contributions, which are actually like our national proposals on what we want to do as countries. And I think our NDCs are very ambitious from the African continent. And the problem we have is that most of us do not understand what those NDCs entail in terms of the mitigation and the adaptation actions that we propose. The other challenge with those NDCs is, of course, we say that we can only implement our NDCs with both the conditional and conditional support, meaning that we can only implement those NDCs if climate finance is flowing as is expected. And we also allocate domestic resources to ensure that we also back up the international support. The challenge that we have in the whole climate change architecture is that the climate finance is not flowing as expected. Our national governments, yes, we have our own priorities at the national level in terms of ensuring that we have quality medical health care, we have quality education, proper infrastructure. But of course, at the end of the day, we find that we responding to the disaster related to climate change. Our resources are also channeled that kind of forces. And I think it's the item we also amplify our voices on the amount of resources that we are channeling to respond to the climate crisis. Yet it's supposed to go to our own domestic issues. And I think that kind of economic discussion within the climate change context is quite important, something that we need to work on within our national platforms. I want to stop at that and also open the floor for the next few minutes for questions, inputs into the discussion. How can we consolidate our key actions toward COP27? What are the lessons from your own individual countries? How can we ensure that we're effective in policy implementation, policy development and implementation at the national level? How can we ensure that community voices are responded to and their needs are responded to in the context of climate change? Then tomorrow we have a march. It's good that we engage, but how do we ensure that the voices of our communities reach the various policy organs that are supposed to reach? Let me invite Anne to moderate this session, but maybe I can see but the people who want to raise questions. I see Banda. Someone can help me with the mic. Felix, if you help me with the mic. Banda, you can go fast. I want to pick next. We have that table. Then we have number 3. Then Mweshimiwa, number 4. Then we have a letter at the back, number 5. Let's pick those ones first. Let's start with Banda, then there is a gentleman on that table. Then the other table.
Thank you so much. One key thing I've picked from Tanzania is the legal profession coming into issues of climate change. It is very key, and it's a challenge to all African countries to bring the legal teams, to bring the legal profession into the climate change space, because we lack the legal profession in the climate. That is why we're not even trying to push some of these policies we are doing, some of these laws that are just lying on files. The reason we are not doing this because
we don't have the legal paternity into this space to come and at least help us push as CSOs who are here in different countries. Let us try as much as possible to bring the legal team into this space. It is very key. It is very key. And that is why some of these things we're doing, some of these policies and laws are not going through. So I will really challenge all the countries within that are represented here. Try and find these legal professions. In the room, I think we are two, if I'm not wrong, me and Swale. And we are very proud because imagine you have somebody who has a legal, who is in the legal profession, a lawyer, and has a climate change or climate justice information. You know, he knows how to argue. He knows at what point is what is needed. You know. But if we don't have them, we are working on just CSOs with just the mindset of policies and governance, and we don't have the legal aspect of it. I think we need to challenge ourselves on that. So let me say I'm very proud of being one of the alumni in the summer school that we came up with a legal profession. We call it climate change lawyers. That is, it's for two countries. It is for Kenya and Uganda. There's a senior counsel called Richard from Uganda that we work very closely, and we have a WhatsApp group for the two countries. We've tried bringing this legal profession, the young ones and the ones that exist, the senior ones, to come and at least have something on the legal, something on climate change issues of climate justice, so that they can also help in at least coming up with solving some of these issues. And it's really working. So challenge those other countries also to join, and I think we'll go a long way. The other thing is the negotiators, the African negotiators. Yes, we have the bigger African negotiators, but recent, I think for the last 2 years, we have an organization called Agnes that has been training young African negotiators. And among them, I think got 8 I did my exam just like a year ago. I'm also a young negotiator. But again, it's like these negotiators, they don't want this young knowledge into the table. They only want them to sit on the table. And we also have issues that we can bring on the table. I think it's very technical for them to also involve the young people in that table, because why should I go for that course and then I can't join the African negotiators? I think there's a gap we need to look at, and that's a challenge I'll give to Agnes. I think Hadui here. Hadui has stepped out, yeah. So Hadui is one of also a negotiator. I think Brian that is also one. So we are several who have gone through the course, and I think we need to be tapped. This knowledge needs to be tapped, because if you're not tapped, then you guys, the older version is going. Then who are you going to leave? Kule pwani tunasema lazima upatiane, yani how do you say it, Swale? Urithi, unajua umpatie mtu ile kikapu ya babu, lazima ipatie mtu mwingine. Sasa babu akienda, nani atapatiwa na amekatana ile kikapu chake? That knowledge will go away. Yet kuna watu wenye has that interest of that knowledge. So that's a challenge I'm just giving to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Who was next? Okay.
Yes. Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you for the people on the podium. Mine is just observation. Especially the guy from Burundi. I've just had a challenge. One of the challenges is, as we are civil society, what we need also to focus. We need to, especially people from East Africa, we need also to have, we change the English language called English to Kiswahili, so that when you go to the grassroots, people will understand what's climate change. Because I believe if I go to my area, when I'm in my area there, I told Shosho, we are going to put the issue of climate change. It will take time to understand. So let us focus on so we can change the language to the soil so the people can understand it well. When I go to the ground, I just talk Swahili. They will understand we are talking ABCD. Thank you.
Use the third person.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Chegwenga. So in the morning session, myself, I'm in the initial council, also in that platform for climate governance. First of all, allow me to share the panels. It's a very, very good session to showcase what is happening in each of the countries. But I must say that the issues you have raised is also relevant to what we are experiencing here in Kenya. And so it's a good platform for us to also come what's happening identified with as society organizations. At the same time, when another of analyzing the African voices, especially now that we are going to have African COP in few weeks time. Normally the challenge we have as climate change actors, this is a political process which we must not underscore or underestimate. And we need to really ensure that we have the political goodwill right away from home. I challenge our colleagues from the neighboring countries that find a way of engaging your governments, same as here in Kenya, but at the same time as Africa, maybe through FACTA and other CSOs, we harmonize our voices that they want for our governments. Sometimes we read from different scripts as people from this continent, and that's a really costed us. Our colleagues from the other part of the world, maybe the east, the west, they are dividing us. And that, at the end of the day, we achieve nothing. So my goal with this conference is we need to harmonize our voices. We have really issues, and I'm glad that this could be happening in Africa. At the same time, we really need to hammer, we need to hit the nail on the head. If we lose this time, we have been crying about Paris Agreement and those other agreements in other continents, but this is home. So I really challenge even our colleagues, the civil society sector, but let us really work towards ensuring that the issues we are trying to address time achieved. Last but not least is to tell our colleagues from South Sudan we are not happy to see which is, but just on humanitarian grounds, because you are brothers and sisters, you do the same, not only from South Sudan, but also from other countries. But the problem you have there is also a problem. We are all one. We are a family of Africa, because we are a family of the world. But at the same time, we have serious issues. So as I sit down, let us have a unified voice. I guess moving forward between now and some weeks to come, we're going to make sure the government, for example, of Kenya, and I'm happy our president is really passionate about this subject, the new president of the Republic of Kenya, and we also need to influence other presidents from the region, from the continent, so that when, as we go to Egypt, our voice as Africa is one. Our negotiators are able to sit down from other players. I was getting some reports that also already our colleagues from the other parts of the world are already rebelling, because they know when we go to Africa, Africans are, of course, as I said earlier, we are not united. So those are some of the challenges we are having, and as we move forward, we need to ensure even one of the resolutions should come from this platform, that the African CSOs, maybe under FACTA and other platforms, are united this time than before. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeboy. Who was the fourth person? Here. It was here. Let's have the five who are nominated by, it was the one, eh? Then, sorry, here. Good evening or good afternoon. Again, my name is Mrs. Bashir. I work for the Work Organization. When we are believed, you know that this is also contained in the disaster, climate change. For me, it's about communication. How are we going to communicate with those people who cannot speak English?
or Kiswahili. Because when I went there, people were not even speaking of my own language. How are we going to say that it's a climate change in your own language? That's one thing. Because if they don't understand, then you are not treating them. They just see you as outsiders, and you might not be doing anything important to them. The other thing is, are the other parts of Africa, are they included? And how? Because in the panel, I don't see from Somalia and other places. Or even from Tanzania. All right, thank you. Last, sorry, madam, how come that it's only South Sahara, specifically Horn of Africa, yet North Africa, with a proper desert like Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, Egypt, which are near to Europe, they are not experiencing advanced climate change like East Africa. What are they doing that we are not doing? Is it because of lack of leadership? Or is it because of lack of awareness? Or is it because of lack of understanding one another, that communication barrier? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I come to Daktari here.
Thank you, Moderator, for this opportunity. And I will bring my presentation. Mine is during the comment, because when I was coming in, there was a debate on the participation of parliamentarians. I'm also encouraged by the delegate from Uganda when she tells us that there is one member of ACTA who is not a member of parliament. That's a real positive move. I want to say that from my experience in parliament, in terms of implementation of environmental and climate change policies, although Kenya for the arms of government, that is the judicial, judicial and executive, and now civil society, the arm of government of the judicial is completely absent. There's no participation in these things, either in local and international levels. I would like to say that if we can involve parliament and get the parliamentarians involved in implementation of these policies of climate change, we can achieve more than the government. I had Robert ask what there is a lack of knowledge among parliamentarians, and I want to confirm that that is the case. Members of parliament don't mean bad for this country. They don't mean bad for this region. But most of them are completely ignorant in terms of what is climate change. And in fact, if you do an analysis, what we call a opinion poll among parliamentarians, you can get there's a very small percentage, which I don't think can be more than 5% members of parliament who can take care of climate changes. We even can be shocked that if you ask parliamentarians to define for you sustainable development, they don't be able to do it. So if they don't know, then they cannot offer leadership. And that's one of the biggest point you have as Africa, because we are not electing members of parliament based on manifestos or based on what they stand for. Maybe sometimes a party wave, sometimes some people in parliament. So what I'm saying is that in parliament, the 12 parliament where it's sat, we have one member, Chichiro, who is now the governor of Uganda. He sat with him in the same committee of environment, and we were able to push the climate change bill, and it was signed into law. And in fact, it was signed into law when we were in Paris during COP21. My experience is that when you have bills in parliament, for example, one on the environment, climate change, mining, water, or all these environmental related issues, most of the parliamentarians do not debate the substance of it. Most of them will focus on benefit sharing. If it's a bill on mining, we will focus on how does the community benefit of mining. We're not looking at the implication of those activities for development and sustainable development. And I see a lot of this spectrum of value. And they also want to talk about institutional arrangements. What institutions are created by deadlines? It's because institutions create opportunities. Those opportunities can be occupied by some of their friends and whatever. So it's their operational opportunity. The other issue I would like to tell is about climate financing and the availability of finances. And as we look for finance externally, we should strive to get as much as possible what can be achieved locally. And how can we do that? We can try and do that by influencing the budgeting process. So we need to be able to, as a civil society, to engage parliamentarians, especially in the budget committee, so that we can lobby for some financing on budget, on the environment or environmental issues. Once we do that, we should be able to influence and get something for our initiatives, which is there well. The other thing I'm going to say is that most Kenyans, not just parliamentarians, when you talk about environment and climate change, we think about planting a tree, isn't it? It's just tree planting. Climate change issues are beyond that. And it's a high time now to take the bull by the horn and increase the level of environmental literacy among the policymakers, so that they can put money where it's supposed to be, where you cannot create impact. What I want to say is that environmental degradation is a sum total of local actions. If you can be able to stop those local actions, which cause irritation in local rivers and so forth, if you can stop this, you can be able to save the environment to a greater extent. Finally, I would like to say that the next COP28, I'm told, will be held in the UAE in November 2023. I think we have 1 year between now and then, and we can have a target as this consortium to ensure that Africa has got a better and more empowered negotiators in the COP coming from Parliament. So that when they come from Parliament, from the COP go back to Parliament, they're able to allocate resources and make policies that can move us forward. I want to start by telling you that I participated in COP21 in Paris, and I went as a government delegate. And I don't know if I want to say this, but most of the African delegates, they don't go there to do anything. I don't think that it's an opportunity to make a few coins, it's an opportunity to travel and shopping. Let's see what they want to do, isn't it? Because I remember when I went to COP in 21 in Paris, I think I was there for 11 days or 14 days, I don't remember. And on the 9th day, I went for dinner with one of the parliamentarians. And what he asked me, what is climate change? We have been there for 9 days. Then somebody asked me, what is climate change? But he has been attending some side events. He was able to do shopping in Paris and so on, enjoy himself and so forth. He's not the case. There are so many cases of that in Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, and all over the world. So I think we need to do a program whereby we educate our parliamentarians on climate change issues so that they can become new partners and champions. And that is not difficult because parliamentarians really want to learn. Finally, somebody is talking about Tunisia and those countries near Europe. When you talk about near Europe, they are maybe saying they're in Europe. When you talk about Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, and you say that you are not united, I think that's the case, but that's not the case. The only common thing with us is that we are underdeveloped. We are underdeveloped. We are suffering from basic problems, poverty, ignorance, and disease. And that's when Madam from Southern Sudan was saying, people in Southern Sudan, before they talk about climate change issues, it's a very far priority. We need to do it fast. So I think we need to improve our governance systems in Africa so we can be able to uplift our standard of living. Yeah. Yes. so that we can be able to uplift our standard of living so that we can be able to uplift the standard of living of Africans to above human dignity. I want to stop there and say that I will be able to work with Africa if consulted, and I'm going to consult them so that we can be able to have that program. Parliamentarians, I know you can reach them. And finally, I want to say this. Politics is not for others. Politics is for us. Either you hate politics or not, from wherever it is in the world, politics will determine your destiny. So for us in Pakistan, in the environmental networks, let us get involved in politics. Let us get involved in leadership so we can make those decisions on behalf of others and on behalf of ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Take it to hear from a policy maker who has been there before. I think those experiences are very important. I want to take the last round. I've asked the panelists to just note. Let's just stick to one question, and let's have a mix of both gender. Men and women. So I want to start from the farthest. I come to the middle. Here, at least 5 questions. Be specific so that we save on time. I'll come back to the back.
It's Siranka, representing an organization called Green Your Waste. It's actually a clarion call in terms of what do you do with your waste, where do you think? As an organization, we are trying to sensitize on recycling, especially of the organic compounds, to reduce methane. You know what does when it goes to the landfill? A lot of methane is emitted, and then we have a continued discussion again on climate change. So our organization, okay, I've been asked to repeat. So I'd say that I'm representing an organization called Green Your Waste. From the name, you hear it's a clarion call to ask ourselves at individual level, where do you think your waste goes? As you think of the big countries and put them to account, your little actions, who accounts for them? So we're trying to sensitize communities to do as much recycling, waste separation as possible, and recycling, especially the organic components, because when it is uncontaminated, it goes back in form of regenerative agriculture and helps to retain moisture retention in our soils towards mitigating the adverse effects of climate change. But I think that's a discussion that's ongoing, but we can participate and give input. But my question goes to the panel in terms of the East African community and what we are doing as a regional bloc. I'm not very familiar in terms of the activities of climate change between the different countries as a regional bloc. I'm aware there is a strategic paper, a strategic plan, and there's also a policy. But at what point do we get to maybe even M&E, if there is that opportunity to monitor what our different countries are doing? And do we also have a corporate voice to agitate for change at international level? And also, if I may add something on what one of the participants said, I'm also an advocate of the High Court. I'm a practicing lawyer, but I have a lot of passion in environmental issues. I was born and bred by Wangari Maathai in this particular area, so I believe, and they can see similar faces here where we were trained by her, and it's good to see that we are still foot soldiers in this particular space. So thanks so much, and thanks for the opportunity.
Next one, please. Give the things at the back before the.
I have only one question. I noticed that this department have had 3 festivals. We had COVID-19, the insulation of desert, and now we have something. With the planet, would you agree that we are in the last days
Thank you so much.
Okay. Jambo ilikuwa ni comment kuhusu kwa nyingine, saa ikaruka kuja kwa nyingine ya questions. Najua mimi nikikuja hapa for me to participate in this conference ni kwa rahisi. So I have to utilize this conference. Mimi kitu ningependa kusema ya kwamba climate justice activism is not a career. Climate activism is a passion. Ifanya na passion, kila mtu succeed. Kwa ile proposal of the policy. Again, from my point, the report ikiandika success in the case of Uganda. Kwa hiyo case Uganda ni mama alikuwa anasema there's a very important point and I'm going to support that child there. Mass civic education on the importance of electing environmental friendly leaders to the legislature and county levels. Because these people are the ones who influence all decisions at all levels. So vile daktari amesema and the sauti na kidogo. Cheboy. Vile wamesema hata mimi kwa ground narudi na naenda kwa plan hiyo kitu nimesema na vile nimesikiza madam amesema ukiangalia framework yao huko Uganda imekuwa very successful. Kwa kweli yenye alikuwa anatoa the way they report hapa it's very successful because they have politicians, they have an MP and in a particular ministry they have somebody there, so inakuwa very easy. So mimi kwa ground hata mimi naenda kueducate vijana kuanzia leo.
We've had enough of that, but let's get from here then at the back. Let's give other people chances.
I want to respond to what the question you asked. When you go back home, many people are asking what is climate change in Kiswahili. Climate change Kiswahili ni mabadiliko ya tabia ya anga na nchi. Mabadiliko ya tabia ya anga na nchi. Ile anga inaenda mara jua linapotea, hatujui mvua yaja lini. Kwa hiyo ile tabia hiyo ndio tunasema mabadiliko ya tabia ya anga inamaanisha climate change. Madam, in the morning you asked a question. And I want to ask you the same question you asked. I think maybe the members who are here are going to respond. If you look at my fingers, in nene, ni fupi, in nyama, ni refu, siko hivyo. We are 7 countries here, and each of these countries have got different issues pertaining to climate change. Kulingana vile nimezungumza kutoka asubuhi. Now my question is, how are we going to present this issue? Kule wamesema huko Egypt, that one voice. How are we going to tackle these issues? I believe it is going to be positive. Vile mkono wangu huko tutapata hivyo, wale wadogo watapata kidogo, wale wengi, wale wenye shida. Some countries are far. Uganda are doing so well, wao watapata kidogo. South Sudan wako vibaya, watapata nyingi. How are we going to package this information? That's my question.
Thank you so much. With that, I'll give it to a representative from Nigeria briefly. Then we can hear from the panelists.
So my name is Miran from Mount Kenya Network Forum. This one is CEO of European Enterprises. I just wanted to give a quick story about the situation in Ethiopia. The drought has really hit hard. And just 2 weeks ago, there was a woman who went to try and look for food, only to come and find the 2 kids dead. What happened was tragic because he committed suicide. Another case was a woman who left about 1 year, 2 months old, 1 year child, and an elderly disabled woman. She went to look for food, it was really terrible.
Unfortunately, I think for reason we cannot tell, had caught fire. So again, there are a couple of elders that have lost life. So when we talk about climate justice today, it means that we talk about footpath, we talk about how these people are going through. Talk of all those that we are all mentioning about, the youth, the women, the elderly. How much of the mental health are they going through? This really needs to be documented, yeah, so that it backs up that we are going to push for the call. Because if I were to be asked, if we were to be asked at the Mount Kenya Network Forum, we'd say we need action now and not even before that call. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing those experience. I'll go back to panel. Maybe just pick any action that you need from your side. Mention to you.
Thank you. Mami, I've never been to a COP before. Maybe this year will be my first time. And that means I've never been to a negotiation in terms of climate change or climate justice. But I would like to think if a more successful country in terms of environment like Rwanda, because I've been to Kigali and I did not see a lot of sweets or even a bottle of a plastic bottle. I did not see.
Even Tanzania.
Okay. As it said, I was just in a clean compound. I did not go to the streets. So Kigali is that clean. And if South Sudan is going to want to be like Kigali or Rwanda, then I believe we have to borrow some of the strategies they actually implemented and actually worked for them if they can work for South Sudan. And that means we can actually borrow some of the policies that the parliamentarians were able to argue for and lobby for and were implemented in the constitutions. So when it comes to how do we package or harmonize our voices at COP27, I will not tell how East Africa can do that. But as South Sudan, I would like to emulate Rwanda and try to borrow from their strategies, try to borrow from their policies, which until this time, maybe the legal professionals can tell us what can actually work for South Sudan that will work for Rwanda. There was another question. Would we agree that we are in the last days? Can someone give me an answer that? I mean, how do a last day look like? People dying or stuff like that? Because if there is something I believe is, like I said in the morning, climate change did not bring itself. Human beings caused it. With our greed, our apathy, our ignorance, we actually caused it. So maybe I'm the youngest person in this room, but I would like to tell a human being, if we recalibrate our thoughts and redirect our steps into the most positive direction, we can still win this war against climate change. But we cannot really say that we are in the last days. The last days of what? When your day is there, you die, you go. Period.
Thank you so much, Professor Sudan.
Thank you. I would like to thank everyone for your comments. Someone asked what is being done as a regional bloc. I can say Taksha is doing well. Is doing well with this, as we are here together from different countries, This gives me hope that we can build something which can implement a strong growth. Regarding the using of local languages, I've been touched with this as some of advocacy words we learn them from French or English, and we have to translate. And this is not. I think we will work on it. And there is someone who said about parliamentary literacy. Yeah, it reminds me something from my country. In reality, it seems like they are not well informed about that. Most of them are not literate, and if you are telling them about climate challenges, sometimes they are lost. So I think we have much to do as young people, as civil societies. We have to involve the government, the parliament, so that we can make one voice. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Thank you.
Okay, just briefly. Legal parts. We have very good relation with the legal, with our format, advisors for the Ethiopian legal and international legal issue. There is an association called APA in Ethiopia. It's a case, so they are also the member of our consortium. So if you have faith or if you have anything about policy and political analysis, we are always use them in the consultation before doing something. So I think the communication part, very good questions. I'm the one who take care of the environment and climate change communications about in states of Ethiopia. This is a very good challenge. This is a very good question and a big challenge for us. We are using our own language, Amharic, no grammar, low for no francophone. So after we are developing and the sports in Amharic, and we're going to translate to at least 3 or 5 local languages which can be addressed to the majority of Ethiopians. So we are always very concerned when we talk about the climate change issues to address to the mass of the people. The parliament part, yes, you are right. The MEPs on the MP. We do have also the same challenge as you are mentioned. In Ethiopia, every 5 years there's an election. So personally, what I wish is some MEPs members of the Ethiopian Parliament. There's a committee, natural something committee. So yeah, natural resource committee. Thank you. So what I wish is if we continue for the consecutive 2 election period, we can achieve a lot rather than to restart again to somebody who will be in the first will be first in his life as the MVP. So every 5 years we approach the committee and the parliament secretariat, and we start again from zero to talking about the natural resource issue, the climate justice issue, the negotiation process, blah blah. So that's a very hard and a very challenging, but we have to at least a document or maybe that maybe call it institutional memory to have with the parliament. So I can say like that. About the code, Madam, you mentioned about our voice, and there is some time about talking about that, but there's a process in COP. I hope you know it very well. So, as a CSO, the African CSO voice taken by the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance as one voice and as one African CSO's voice. So, yes, of course, we do have our voice in each country. Our position in the COP27 or COP28 or 29, but after that, just consolidate and collect the position and deliver to the colleagues at AGA, the African group of negotiators. So the process is going to by that, but we will hope to address most of our points.
Thank you. And thanks for bringing that out. Lawrence?
Thank you very much, ma'am. I've picked out a few issues. One is bringing on lawyers on board. This is very, very good. We used to talk about it in Pagia before, and they had created a certain group of lawyers. I don't know where they stopped, because climate change is becoming a legal issue. And at one time, we may have to go to court. Some issues. So we need legal interpreters. Thank you, somebody who mentioned it. I think it's safe. We are taking it back home to see how we can bring in lawyers, both women, boys, young lawyers. And also somebody talked about empowering youth negotiators. The negotiators in my country, I think most of them are above 75. Yes, actually, they're very old men. And it's very important that we look at who is going to hold the mantle some 5 or even 10 years from now. Somebody also talked about encouraging people to join politics. It's very, very important. Actually, I've also learned that time should come when everybody can participate in politics. But that is where the decisions are made. Somebody in the morning said, if you are not at the table, then they are talking about you. So if we don't join politics, I think we miss out. So we, in Uganda, because now we have sent some people there, can access a lot of information which can help us also to know how to go about it. Then another issue was about how can we make a joint statement? I think, as he has said from Ethiopia, but they have been making statements. We cannot make put all our challenges in one statement, but at least we can pick one challenging issue per country and we make a paragraph. A short paragraph can make a big statement. We carry forward, but this also needs legal interpretation and legal guidance. And then lastly, for us, we decided as Uganda to act locally. We are acting. We are reducing on talk because we can come here, talk in workshops, talk in conferences, go on the streets. But when you go home, you are not an example to the community. So for us, what we decided is to act on the ground. Let everybody plant trees around his plot of land, or at least plant a tree in your compound. And the tree which is important, not flowers. We are changing from flowers to medicinal fruit trees, very important trees, not just flowers. So we are acting local. That is why we are working with the division mayors who can take messages from the people and the people to live in them. This issue of parliamentary capacity building, we used to do this. But in my country, after 5 years, the parliament changes. The people whom capacity have been struggling with, the people have been moving with, they go out. And that is it. You start afresh. So it's a bit costly, but it can create a lot of impact. But it needs real follow-up and funds availability. We thank Pagia because it's the one who supports us. If he doesn't support us, then we're also limited.
Thank you so much, Florence and Nancy. Just briefly, I'll summarize.
Communicating climate change. I think this is very important. Mama there asked the question, how are we going to communicate this to the people? I think responding to climate change, the impacts are just at the grassroots. Those are the people who need to understand. Sasa tunawaambia nini? Those people down there hawahitaji kujua kwa nawachosha tu. Hao wamama ulisema wanabeba mawe hawahitaji kujua NDC. Hawataki hiyo. Kama shida yake ni maji anataka nini? Maji. We need to craft, frame and communicate what the community is with to address climate change. So the reasoning before acting approach. Wasikilize wale watu shida zao ni nini, kwa sababu if you are communicating climate change effect to a fisherman in Mombasa, it is quite different with the same communication with the fisherman in Kisumu, kwa sababu yeye anakuwa baharini ni mvuvi tofauti, sea level rise. Ziwani ni mvuvi lakini maji baridi, maji yanapungua. So what we need to know is to know what kind of information the people we are servicing that they need. Wasikilize na tupeleke taarifa wanayohitaji. Asante.
Thank you. And lastly, I believe for one.
Thank you very much. I will start with the question that was made by Robert. Robert was moderating. He was asking about issues of background. Actually, I didn't comment my government. The reality fact will never be something. There is a Ministry of Disaster Management. And one of its roles is to work on issues of emergency, but also the level of disaster preparedness and actually as long as the issues of disaster will break out and how long we use for the first time in terms of the economy. One thing that I can say is also that they put in place the Green Fund, and the role of the Green Fund is to ensure that it works on building community resilience. And that's what is being done in most of the new areas. Which I think the resources are going to be there. And possibly sometimes we can complain about how they put it. I can give you this example. The one that NDCs are supposed to be implemented by $11 billion. Of the $11 billion, $5.7 billion was in mitigation. And $4.3 billion goes into application. And when you look at the rate, why mitigation have played a huge role? When the flow of the we will hear about this since the model, since the qualification and from the form, it began because we are not only winners, but we are in the global play. And therefore we also need to address that. My friend Robert, the lawyer, our land fellows are also part of our network. They are legal organizations and human rights organizations that are part of the national network. And because they have to play with color. And for sure, as Michael was speaking, going to be negotiation rules. It is legal. They can discuss a one and hold the ends, just without agreeing on the comma or the one. And therefore, legal people must be part of what we are going to address this in communication, you are put it right, and you do what we call packaging, public lines. And this public guides are supposed to be specifically packaged the way that they communicate to the people that are concerned. It's very specific. Sometimes you give people information that they don't need, they are not going to use. You really need to know who you are talking to and put it together. Engaging our governments is very critical, and we cannot avoid it. But let me tell you about this issue of what you are calling the people's of the whole COP, the African COP. If you realize what happened in the African community, some of us we are refused to go to the bond. Now, take the space of what is going to happen in Egypt. And for your information, some of us may not even access Egypt. We have to start realizing that there are challenges. The hotels in Egypt have skyrocketed the prices. By the time we spend on 8 or 9, the amount that was used. I don't know what is wrong with that. But we're incredibly love the continent. The problem with the of our continent. We are going to the African people come, but we may not have one land. Currently, these people in the north are going to flood the African continent. What the Africans to tell about it? And they will be not prepared. That's what they want. And as we hear discussing about the common position, apart from the way Martin has put a lot of effort into designing a common position, bringing on board African group of negotiators, being part of the outset, all those efforts of trying to see if you can build a common voice that is hard for Africa, as I told you in the morning. Then, the positive note is that you have to work. I think what I'm saying about continuing to put with continuous support and design the mechanism of employment to get there. Bashir, you are talking about communicating in people's language. Thank you. And thank you for encouraging us to be politicians. Yes. We could be in this space is what we discussed. The former African chairperson is in the Rwandan Senate. And we know that he has a lot to play there. He is still thinking the back way. And if we could have such kind of people joining politics, then we would have a case present for our other members. So it's good that we talk, we should actually be kind in terms of that even analyzing politics requires understanding politics at play within the country. That is, you cannot avoid that. Let me write very quickly and I go to my friend the last 2 days. One, because we are the difference are getting closer to the last day. So because I want and I believe that the rest of the days are coming. But you know, what you want to tell the old man like myself is that for 2,000 years now, Jesus has said to become soon, and you don't know how soon it's going to be. It may be as I know it's fine. But it may be 2,000 years now. Leave it to those who will create the last few days and leave it to the one to say, who will have the place you have. This plan is not only have the place you have. You understand this. I don't think that people should not understand this. If the man was good enough for protection, they are very comfortable. And they are not here. And they are here to stay. How will we stay until the last place?
Thank you so much.
Yes, yeah. Yes, I just wanted to comment on the issue of the African core, and I want to welcome my brother there for clarification. Some of these things are done for just to ensure there is inclusivity, that Africa is not left behind in terms of hosting, but the main movers will be the same. Okay. Remember, 2002, we had the WSSD, which I was fully participated in. The one summit is extremely development in South Africa. They are in South Africa, in the African soil, and in the outcomes, there was nothing for Africa. So the issue is that, and the rest have capacity to negotiate. Either you hold it in Africa, in Argentina, or in Tokyo, it's the same. So the bottom line here is, can we be prepared in our issues? I believe he prepared the human resource to negotiate. That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. I'd love to our panelists again. Yeah, before we even leave, I think the conversation I'm getting here is that even before we go to the African region, I think as East and all of Africa, we need to have our own conversation. Now we are talking about over 20 million people dying of hunger. What are we doing as East and the whole of Africa countries? I think let it be a beginning of our conversation in this region, but let's sustain this conversation as well. So thank you so much, Florence.
I wanted to add something that I learned from the negotiator. On top of capacity, which MP are saying, there's also an issue of numbers. Yes. When we went to Paris, Africa, I think, had about 40 negotiators, but the North, they had more than 200. And you know, they would come in shifts. Morning after break, there's a team which is coming, but ours are seated there. After lunchtime, they go rest. Another team comes. Tired. Ours are still there. Evening tea, they change. Then in the night is when the issues are being discussed, real issues, those commas and full stops. And our negotiators are now starting to close. I told you ours are above 75. That is when decisions are being made. So they told us when they came back, we asked them, what did we achieve? No? And those are some of them. They were genuine. Told us, you know, the challenge must start. These people are many, they are knowledgeable, and they keep on shifting. But for you are there from morning up to midnight, and you can't think anymore.
Thank you. Lastly, from
whenever you have interest in stuff, you one that you are awake. And what are these people negotiating about? They are negotiating about that Africa doesn't get it. And they are negotiating with what they are doing to address the issues that are created by these nations, where Africa should now be awake. No. The organs and the institutions that are put in place to address that. And because they are the laws, you find that they very well know where these other countries are going to effects. They have their statistics well displayed. For example, when they are talking about heat waves that happened recently, you have very nice figures to demonstrate the effects of heat waves in your country. For us, here, we have statistics. And our negotiating becomes extremely difficult. And for them, remember, those are the interests. Actually, one of the things you know is that if the company that are negotiating, what the benefit is happening? Coca-Cola is financing part of the cost. Why are they in it? We need to understand why are they financing? They're financing because they want to take a loan. So and you see, I see from Uganda will be starting about the issue of the parliament. And there Uganda parliament. It's very good that it comes to that, I say we need to develop. That's my own way of understanding. So that you can be able to have what I'm saying. Otherwise, not for the big. They are not responding to what they are called, and you are not thinking, oh, why not doing the pipeline? I wish as an African we are thinking and also coming up with solutions that we don't want to admit. And if Africa started admitting,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appeal for panelists before and thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your experience. So I want to invite Michael from African Youth Commission to come and do a summary of what we captured from this meeting as we close. Karibu, Michael.
Thank you so much. And I love the discussion. I just regret that I had to step off from meeting and found at the tail end of the meeting, but I really, really like discussion. And I join you. Whether we have coal, we have petrol, we need an economy that can sustain our people so that we can start mitigating and adapting to climate. Don't stone the fact that our countries Kenya cannot now feed its own people who are dying. Okay, anyway, that's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to give you the feedback and the outcomes of this meeting. But I had a question that was asked: how is Africa organized towards COP27? Can I just run through very fast for you so that for those of you who don't understand, you can at least understand? At the top, we have the UN, we know very well, right? And we know 1992 we were given 3 conventions. That was the United Nations Climate Convention, UNFCCC, UNFCCC, that is Convention for Desertification and the Convention on Biodiversity, right? We come a notch lower, we have the COP. The COP responds to the UNFCCC, and the COP consists of all the 196 plus EU, but not AU. Why? Because the 28 to 26 countries for EU ceded their power to EU to negotiate for them. So whatever EU agrees is bound by the other European countries. But Africans, you cannot seek for negotiating power to EU. Are you together? So the challenge that you're hearing here, our negotiators are about 20 or so, is because a country like Djibouti cannot take 1,000 negotiators. It cannot take 10 negotiators because their budget is astronomical. Yeah. So it's until we start having conversations on how to empower AU to negotiate for the rest of the 54, or in the case of the UN, or 55 in the case of the AU plus Sahara, and then we can start, they can negotiate for the other smaller parties. Are we clear? Now, for the AU, we come a lot higher, a lot lower. I mean, we have the CAHOS, the Committee of Heads of States and Government on Climate. On climate, and this is the concept of the presidents. These are the political wing now. All together. Under the CAHOS, we have the AMSEN, African Ministerial of Conference on Environment, and it consists of ministers or CS in the case of Kenya whose docket is charged with environment and climate affairs, and these are people who are charge of the policy. Then lower we have the African negotiators, AGM, Africa Group of Negotiators. Now these are the scientists, the people who sit in the ministry, the people who sit in the Kenya Meteorological Department. And that is how Africa consists. The head of the CAHOS now is Kenya. It was part formerly it was South Africa. So our president, Ruto, that's William Samuel Ruto, will be negotiating for Africa when it comes to the CAHOS level. AMSEN was it's Senegal, yes. So initially the architect was that the head of CAHOS, AMSEN and AGM was supposed to be one country, but sometimes we find that Africa we are a bit confused in a good way, whereby LDCs, the least developed countries are also here, developing countries are also here, and the least developed countries are also part of the Oceania and the Caribbean countries. So you find that the head of the least developed countries is also called negotiating for people who are outside Africa's jurisdiction. So that's why it was a bit tough. So Senegal will be negotiating for AMSEN. And then this country, Zambia, is the current chair of AGM. And together, but it relates to the regions. For the CAHOS, it comes from South Pacific region, it's now in East Africa, and then it will go south. Right? Formerly, it came from Gabon, South Africa, now it's in Kenya. Anyway, then there are some groupings. We have the EU, like I've said, AGM, we have the G77 plus China. And this is a very powerful group because initially it was the countries during the Cold War that were not aligned to the cabinets or the discussion. But now it's grown to almost 134 countries, and they call themselves G77 plus China. These people will be going to COP starting on 6th. they'll be going a week earlier so that they create their position paper to negotiate. And a lot of government negotiators will be going earlier. So your people will be doing so don't think that things are becoming better day by day. I know COP21 was 2015. If you look at now, things are becoming better. Then now we come to, there's another question that I really felt is what the issue of parliamentarians' capacity. I mean, it is an essential component that members of parliament is developing. Because you go to their counterparts in Europe, these guys are, their capacity is on 4.3. But thank God, the organizations within Africa that are doing that. Just another week, there was a meeting organized by us, conducted by the new institution, and members of parliament were in Italy. Yes, Italy, and our members of parliament for Kenya were represented by Honorable Janet Katambi, who was the MP job. She was there, and she's doing a good job. Then we have Uganda, we have Honorable Lumu was there, and other members of parliament, and it's really doing well. The Global Center for Adaptation have their own global parliamentary wing. It's called CBF Parliamentary, and it's a global wing. And they're really trying to do well in terms of building the capacity for parliamentarians. So don't think that things are not happening. The only thing is, if you're not at the table, you're probably on there. Thank you. So finally, there's something that was, I had some lawyers saying that they're really interested in the issues of litigation or laws that cover issues of climate change. Climate justice now, as it is now, why do we want it? Justice. But now, you know, I've realized personally, I used to be, but now we graduated to boardroom, because you see, unless you sit to the government and tell them, this is what I'm proposing, this is what you're proposing, can we reach a middle ground? Government will not listen to them, ignore it. So nowadays, if we disagree, we can take them to court. And thank God, the government has started listening. The other, just 3 weeks or 1 month ago, the Supreme Court of Brazil passed a judgment that Paris Agreement is a human rights document. If you look at that, it gives mandate to all the other Supreme Courts globally or the higher courts to cite that judgment and base their new judgment on that. So lawyers in the House, you have a basis to judge. There's a lot of people are taking the to court and they win. Because climate change litigation is really good. I know that there's a report by the UN, so if you are passionate about this, please read the report. I'm telling you, you will attend all these meetings, but if you don't read this report, will not be updated. Because there's a difference. If you, like for instance, if ESCOM in South Africa go to court can argue that's an energy case, but not a climate change. Because they define very well what does it mean that for you, for a case or an intervention to be classified to be a climate change case or climate change litigation. That is what I just wanted to interview. Hope it's helpful. So these are the observations that are meeting. And this is, at the end of the meeting, after reading, you tell me these are true reflection of what we discussed. For one, for some that are heavy impacts from effects of climate change continue to be witnessed across the country. This is particularly severe on women, pastoralists, youth, among other vulnerable groups, as evidenced by country case studies. These effects are compounded by other social, economic, political challenges. Some and internal resources towards climate change still is below her. This is why having little resources moving in adaptation. Hence, the tagline, Africa priority is adaptation. That is the first observation. I hope you can affirm that. Then the second observation that comes out of this meeting is networks of platforms across countries are at different stages of engagement with communities and governments, with some far behind, such as Burundi has been cited here. And however, the various networks are actively engaged in various activities and progression well amid these challenges. So that is another outcome that is coming up. Number three is notably the remarkable mobilization of different groups, mobilization during the CSO activity, and these are the areas that we are working on. Number one is the need for further strengthening harmonization of CSO's position between the CSO network across region and in order to have a common CSO voice. This has really been elusive. CSOs in climate change speaking in one voice or environment, it's really hard. And I'm glad KPCG for Kenya case really taking shape because there's no country, there's no CSO now in Kenya that can say they're bigger than KPCG. I'm really list. The second thing is that data gaps and loss and damage. Examples populate on the economic cost of climate change to have effective advocacy. I think even this panel spoke about the issue of data gaps. Then county CSO engagements need to have further collaborations, which also need the need for CSOs to actively engage the government in policy making and policy implementation. I encourage colleagues, the CIDPs for Kenya, the CIDPs are being developed now, and really be part of it. Number four, need for further intensive CSO engagement with communities as a builder of 27. Another key combination that is coming out. Stakeholder consultation, media engagement, these are already ongoing, planned, and by the various networks. There are a lot of side events that have been planned by PACJA and its partners. Please hope you're going to engage, whether you're going to cope physically or you're not going to cope. You can still engage online because they have embraced the issue of online engagement. Then there's we need to bring on board the land sector in the discussion. Yeah. I add a caveat here. I don't know if it was in Malabo that the heads of state said issues of land are not to be discussed. They are left at the individual country level. Because the issue of land is really sensitive. So heads of state are also aware of this, and these are resolutions that was part of the AU level. So if you feel that they need to be brought together, so you will advise us how you want us to do that. But I get the concern. Maybe it's because of agricultural issues. Then need for effective communication, especially to the vulnerable stakeholders. Then another recommendation from this meeting is that there's a need to have meaningful and purposeful interaction at the COP meeting. Really important recommendation. Then digital activism, key to reach out to the youth. I know who suggested this one. Yeah. Then another parting shot. COP27 must deliver and we need to move fast, but justly. COP27 must deliver and we need to move fast, but justly, having people at the center. There's need for strategic engagement with parliamentarians, very key. Then the need to bring on board legal persons, interpreters, and empowering youth negotiators. This is what we discussed today from 8 a.m. in the morning. Is this a true account? Oh, thank you. For those who say that it's true, can you all say aye? Aye. For those who are of the contrary opinion, can you say nay? The names was sleeping. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thanks so much, Michael. We appreciate that. Any other additions we can talk on the side as we clean up the actions from the meeting. So I want to call Sylvia to talk about the church tomorrow before I welcome personal close.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah. Thank you so much, and thank you everybody for the very informative meeting. I enjoyed it. I've learned a lot. At some point, some speakers made me cry. You are not here, so this is one of the things we're going to recommend that we have that meetings, especially when we're talking about climate change and grassroots. So my name is Sylvia Wachira. Coordinator at Nairobi Summer School of Climate Justice, and I'm also in charge of coordinating the Climate Justice Torch. My friend Alvin already told me about the Climate Justice Torch. So I'm going to inform you about tomorrow. So tomorrow we are going to have a Climate Justice Torch march. So this Climate Justice Torch campaign was launched in Gabon and during the African Climate Week. So it was launched in Central Africa, and then it proceeded to Senegal, where the West Africa is Senegal, and in the two countries it was received by the minister. And the torch has moved to Morocco, where also high levels of receiving the torch. And other countries also are having, as the torch is rotating physically to these countries, other countries are doing grassroots activities. And they're doing activities, they're collecting grassroots stories, meeting communities, So there's a lot of activities that is ongoing in different countries. Like you heard, Ethiopia, they are planning to have events. They also heard from Rwanda, they're also having this activity for Kenya and also East Africa combined. So the march tomorrow will be for Eastern Africa and Horn of Africa regions. So we are going to march, and so we are going to assemble at community area, NHIF community. That's where the Ministry of Environment is. We're going to assemble there. And we encourage you when you're coming tomorrow, come in. Come in. Begins, I come comfortable outfit, comfortable no shoes and sport shoes, because we are able to do some walking. You can carry a water bottle so that they can avoid having to carry plastic bottles. So we shall assemble at 8:30 at NHIF, and then at that point, that's when we're going to brief you about the theme. So we have already mobilized some grassroots committee, university students, and of course the participants of this meeting will be there. So there we're going to give out the IEC material, the placards and all that, and also brief you on the route. Yeah, so we expected to the route. So expected to leave a community area. Yeah, so we assemble a community where the Ministry of Environment is, then connect to Haile Selassie Avenue, pass by Technical University to Kenya Railway Stage, roundabout, connect with Moi Avenue up to Kencom, using City Hall, way down to Harambee House. So the final destination, so we shall confirm by morning where we shall do a final, because we expect to go to Harambee Avenue where the Deputy President office is. And also, we understand he may be out of the country, but we might also say to go to the City Hall because the governor is available waiting for us. So we will give you updated information on this. But that's how it's going to be. So come with early so that you can get your placard and your banner as we might go there. So what we'll be doing when we meet there, we arrive
at where the church is going to be received. The church is here. Symbolic church is in plain here. So we're going to read the statement. The brother Libreville statement is what we're going to be reading there, and then we can go to the governor of the official that are going to receive the church. Yeah. So thank you so much. So please.
What is the distance like?
The distance. You know, Horn of Africa, East Africa is a country that is known for long distance people. I'm saying because of the new countries that have joined us. We have Marathoners and champions from Uganda, from Ethiopia, from Kenya, and we want to motivate you. We want to produce the champion aspect of it. So don't worry about the distance, it's not far. It's definitely not 10 kilometers, but it's not far. And you'll enjoy it because it's an opportunity. Kilometers, not far. Yeah, it's an opportunity to see the city. And, yeah. All right. It's not far, it's within the city center. Yeah, so thank you. Don't worry, the police are there.
I want you to give us the pictures put on when we are there. You have to give us the pictures, bring the body now. We shall not go to change our shirts.
Noted, especially for our internationals that are here. Okay, noted. But the internationals, we know how to we'll make that arrangement. By the way, that's a good thing. In the office. Yeah, but the rest of the team that is joining us there, you know you come because you put your bus to bring you there. But the others they have to receive it from there. All right, thank you so much. Please clap for me. Thank you so much, Sylvia. And thanks for giving that. I have a book I was given by Susan. She was given by somebody. You can pick it from me. It's yours. One announcement. I'm told that for those who are being hosted at the hotel, please see Ali before you leave.
What does he reason?
Ali is listening. Yes, that is Ali for you. So I want to invite Chibon to give a vote of thanks on behalf of Factor and KPCG. Karibu.
Good evening. Salamiani wale kama mpo. Kwanza kabisa nishukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. And we want to thank God because it is through him that we are here. Secondly, I really want us to thank Factor. Most of us are Factor, but particularly the Factor Secretariat. And on that note, can I request you, if you are working in Factor Secretariat, let's welcome to be recognized. Because it is through your efforts area. Factor chiefs at the secretariat level. Thank you. Can you clap for them? Thanks by the director, Dr. Mitika Mwanda. All the partners that they really put their efforts to make sure that this digital conference happen. Can you clap for them? For the partner? Okay, so in the IC materials. Again, KPCG team. Both at national and community level, and digital activists, regional coordinators, thematic area leads, and all the members of KPCT. Can you clap for them? Our colleagues from our neighboring countries who also form part of Factor in their respective countries. All the 7 countries represented, actually 8, Burundi, Uganda, South Sudan, Somalia, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Rwanda. Can you clap for all those colleagues? Welcome again. You know, Nairobi is home, and I'm also aware our other capitals is home. So we'll be there soon and also see how you are progressing. Can allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to really echo those who are able to facilitate this conference all the way from this morning. Those who got an opportunity to contribute to the various discussions that were happening, the panelists, even the various speakers. Really thank you. It was not easy that out of all this many participants, you got an opportunity to speak. And allow me to really say that this is a challenge to all of us in this region. I think this gathering should really give us a lot of energy. And again, we really want to appreciate the partners and even the donors who are putting their resources to these studies. It's not easy. So when somebody somewhere is sacrificing for you, also try to put some effort. Because again, even putting such a conference is not easy. So let's really appreciate each one of them. And we also want to appeal that they continue doing the same, to really put resources so that we continue advocating for our cause. Ladies and gentlemen, and especially our colleagues from outside Kenya, not from KPCG. I like the way one of my colleagues say that tumejaribu lakini hatufanyi nini? Haturidhi ama kusikia tumejaribu lakini haturidhi. So tungependa pia wenzetu kutoka hata countries, please jaribu. And I'm very much aware actually who were all part of are doing their best. So let's also make sure that we really champion the cause. I was really having a late moment with the executive director at some point in the course of the week, and we are saying, even when we go East African COP, we want to make sure that our voices is heard. My colleague who spoke, please let us not allow them this time to overpower us. I know they have been doing that, they have been conspiring with our governments. But again, this time they should know we are there. Are we together? And I know the government of Kenya is really passionate in this, and I also want us to influence our governments across the region. Thank you so much, Madam Coordinator, plus our team from various counties, various places. Imekuwa ikiendelea na tutaendelea. Tuko pamoja? Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you, Cheboy. Thank you for those words from you. For those who are not members of KPCG, please join. See Fides and Benjamin there, they'll give you your form. We want to have as many members as possible join the